Good evening. I call to order the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, May 13th, 2019, 7 p.m. in council chambers. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Paul,
Here.
Roybal,
Here.
Gutwein,
Here.
Skilling, LeBure,
Here.
Abel,
Here.
Vincent,
Here.
Beta,
Here.
Johnson,
Here.
Franks,
Here.
Harrison.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome everybody. Thank you for taking the time to come out this evening, or if you're checking us out on TV or later date. This is always a fun evening, and we had a great celebration to honor our Sustainable Award winners tonight, and some of council weren't able to come out and join you as we had a meeting prior to this, but I'm excited for that. And if you have a cell phone, please put that on silent. I'm going to invite our scouts down. They're going to introduce themselves and then lead us in the pledge, and we'll remain standing for a moment of silent prayer after they get done with their introductions here. So come on down. We got a bunch. All right. Just think either way, whichever's easiest. Here, there you go. You can just come on down to the mic, and if you want to pull it down and just tell us your name and your school. Here, right here, Mike. Everybody wants to hear you.
Hi. Hi, I'm Oscar Rose, and I go to Rooney Ranch Elementary. Hi, I'm Daniel Bohack, and I also go to Rooney Ranch Elementary.
Hi, I'm Nate Burr, and I also go to Rooney Ranch Elementary.
Hi, I'm Jasper, and I go to Hutchinson.
Oh, all right.
I am Nicholas Visconti, and I go to Dunstan Middle School.
I'm Avin Bryce, and I go to Green Mountain High School.
I'm Joey Visconti, and I go to Green Mountain.
Beautiful. Well, thank you all for coming out tonight. We appreciate you being here. And if you join us, please rise and lead us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, let's dig in. We have a couple of proclamations, so I'll ask the clerk to read item 4, please.
Item 4, Proclamation Mental Health Month.
So I have Ms. Fisher, who is the Director of Adult Outpatient Services for the Jefferson Center. Welcome.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, staff, and clients of Jefferson Center, thank you for issuing this proclamation and recognizing May as Mental Health Month in Lakewood, Colorado. At Jefferson Center, through our broad array of services and programs, we offer hope and support to people of all ages who are struggling with some of life's toughest challenges. Last year alone, we touched the lives of more than 32,000 people. We could not do this without the support of our community partners, so thank you. As you may know, 1 in 5 people will experience a mental health or substance use disorder over the course of their lifetime. Behavioral health disorders are more common than cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. Without treatment, these disorders can affect a person's ability to hold a job, care for a family, or have hope that things will get better. Yet less than half of people with a diagnosable mental illness or addiction will seek treatment, either because of the stigma associated with it or because they don't know where to turn. That is why your support of Mental Health Month is so important. Together, we will increase awareness and reduce the stigma often associated with mental health and substance use disorders. When the stigma fades, more people will seek care and our community will become stronger and healthier. Jefferson Center truly values the support of the City of Lakewood. Thank you again for recognizing Mental Health Month and for supporting Jefferson Center. We couldn't do all of this important work without you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. We really appreciate all that you do and bringing the awareness. This is always an important time for us to look back. It's 12 months so that we deal with this all the time, and we have great partnerships, whether it's withdrawal management or your mental health services. So we're honored to present you this, and I'm going to ask Councilor Franks if she would please read the proclamation for Mental Health Month.
Proclamation, May 2019, Mental Health Month. Whereas good mental health is essential to the overall health and emotional well-being of all children, youth, adults, and families, and promotes a healthy community. And whereas 1 in 5 people in our communities experience a mental health condition each year, and 8.1% of individuals in our communities experience substance use disorder. And whereas increased focus on the prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorders among children and adolescents through screening and early intervention helps improve lives. And whereas the stigma against the mental health conditions and substance use disorders prevents many people from accessing care. And whereas when mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy and independent life. And whereas the City of Lakewood is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its citizens by ending stigma and focusing on the integrated role of mental health in all our lives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 5.
Item 5, Proclamation, Older Americans Month.
And I think I'm going to have Mayor Pro Tem Abel, if you'd like to, read this important proclamation.
I wonder why they chose me.
And is Don Sluter? Don, are you here? Oh, Patty, come on down.
Whereas the month of May is declared Older Americans Month, the theme for 2019 is Connect, Create, and Contribute. And whereas the City of Lakewood encourages the continued building of relationships, knitting the fibers of family and friends through services that promote and support community interaction and participation. And whereas a commitment to providing activities that are a catalyst for engagement and personal enrichment of health, wellness, socialization, and aging well. And whereas the City of Lakewood endeavors to provide the avenues with which older Americans can share their time, their talent, and life experience to the benefit of others. And whereas the City of Lakewood seeks to embolden the aspirations of our older Americans, supporting their dreams and desires. In this anniversary year, we are especially grateful for those community members who helped shape the city 50 years ago. And now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, I, Adam Paul, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, do proclaim May 2019 Older Americans Month and encourage every citizen to partner as advocates for older Americans, fostering a tapestry of connection, creating avenues of prosperous well-being, and welcoming their numerous contributions. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Lakewood this 13th day of May 2019, Adam Paul, Mayor.
All right. Well, we dig our older Americans and our older Lakewoodians, but we have a lot of wonderful programs, and it's really important not only to honor, but there's so much wealth that we as residents can get from our older residents, and the intermingling of intergenerations is so important. So Peggy, you want to talk a little bit about some of the fun stuff we have going?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we want to honor all of our Lakewood older adults, and we're doing that throughout the whole month. We've done a number of different activities already, and I want to invite each and every one of you to come to our Older Adult Wellness Fair that's coming. Karen, I know you go. This Friday, it's at the Charles Whitlock facility at the Rec Center. It goes from 9 to noon. It's free. We have all kinds of resources and information that we share on all kinds of different things. We also have free demos for fitness. We have pickleball. We have all kinds of different great activities. So we want to invite each and every one of you to that. We also have one more free day this month at Clements, and that's on May 23rd. And then, of course, just all of our ongoing activities that we have for our older adults or 55 plus. If you didn't know, our 55 and plus population here in Lakewood comprises, it's 30% of our population, and that's going to just continue to grow. And just a couple more fun facts. By 2030, Colorado's population of 65 and older will be 77% larger than it was in 2015. Pretty staggering. Increasing from 719,000 to 1.27 million within that time period. And by 2035, older adults in the U.S. are expected to outnumber children for the first time ever. So this is a really important population that we're serving, and we want to keep growing and doing better. And I think we have some tremendous programs currently, but we're going to just keep striving to make Lakewood the best we possibly can. So thank you.
Nicely said. Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, item 6.
Item 6, presentation, sustainability awards.
Okay. I think we got a lot of folks here to celebrate tonight, so I'm going to ask our city manager, Kathy Hodson, to come down. And Sarah Livingston, who is from our city sustainability committee, she's going to help with this presentation.
Oh, thank you. Good evening. Look at all. Good evening. Yay, listen to that energy. Welcome, and thank you for being here tonight for the presentation of the 12th Annual Sustainability Awards. The City of Lakewood established the Sustainability Awards program in 2008 to recognize members of the Lakewood community who are leading the way to a more sustainable future. Each year, the city receives nominations for projects and individuals that are making an impact across a diverse range of achievement areas, including climate action, energy and water conservation, economic resilience, zero waste, community cohesion, public health, natural systems, and transportation. Each nomination is judged on the overall positive impact of the project, how the nomination embraces innovation, how the project overcomes challenges, how it can be replicated by others, and how it demonstrates initiative. The city gives the following awards. Youth leaders are recognized with the Defender of the Planet Award. Lakewood employees are awarded with the Bruce Peoples Eco Employee Award, and community members receive the Community Sustainability Award. I'll bet I say sustainability 1,000 times tonight. We should have shots. No, we shouldn't. Okay, so, no, I didn't mean that. So, sorry, excuse that. So, along with this ceremony this evening, the city showcases recipients of the Lakewood Sustainability Awards in 3 other ways. The Sustainability Awards plaque lists all award recipients and is displayed here in the Civic Center to the left of the James J. Ritchie Gallery. The second tribute is the Sustainability Garden on the west side of the Public Safety Building in recognition of each year's recipients. The city also features the award recipients on the city website at lakewood.org/sustainability/awards. So, over the past 12 years, the Lakewood community has demonstrated how leadership in sustainability can take many forms. From 2 young women sorting recyclables in their cafeteria to a local business installing a renewable energy system for reducing its carbon footprint and saving money. All of our past award winners have moved Lakewood toward becoming a more sustainable community. We'd like to thank the Sustainability Awards Evaluation Committee members. They worked really hard to make sure that this was a fair and equitable judging standards. We truly appreciate their time and effort that goes into making these awards a big deal and a real honor to win. There's a little one out there. We'd also like to thank our community partner, Rubio's Coastal Grill. What'd you think of the food? We thank them for providing food for the awards reception that was held prior to this ceremony. Their generosity made this celebration of Lakewood sustainability leaders possible. As we present tonight's awards, we'd like for the friends and families of the winners to not be shy and to know that it's okay for you to come up here and take pictures and take videos and whatever you want. And we want the award winners to pose and really enjoy that moment. So please feel free to come up here. It's not as weird as it looks. You'll find the video of this award ceremony online at lakewood.org/council videos. And now it's time for the 2019 Sustainability Awards. Defender of the Planet category. The Defender of the Planet Award is presented to youth 18 years or younger for taking the initiative at a young age in the field of sustainability. This year we have 3 Defender of the Planet Awards to present. So, ready? The first Defender of the Planet Award for 2019 goes to the Dunston Middle School Sustainability Elective Class for the creation of the Lakewood Kids Sustainability Plan. Please come join me. Oh, look at all these kids. Please come join me. Hi. Hi, come on, crowd me. It's fun up here, isn't it? No. Okay, so community sustainability, by its very definition, is about ensuring that the choices we make today don't compromise the quality of life for future generations. Agree? Yes. Lakewood's sustainability plan was developed by the community to help us do our best to leave the next generation with a thriving and sustainable home. But sometimes city documents can be difficult to understand. So Dunston Middle School students in Miss Hoffa's sustainability elective class decided that they were going to dedicate their time in creating a kid-friendly version of the Lakewood Sustainability Plan. With support from guest speakers and several field trips, these students worked through each chapter of the sustainability plan and reimagined the content to make it accessible to kids, complete with artwork, photography, and action steps for kids. And you can view the sustainability plan for kids online at lakewood.org/kidsplan. Thank you, Dunston Middle School students. Through your hard work, you have empowered other youth in our community to make a positive change and to make it happen. Nice job. And this is Miss Hoffa. Nice job, Dunston. The second Defender of the Planet Award goes to the Green Mountain Area Homeschoolers for their Pickup Park School Learning Project. Hi, come back here. This is fun. Do you love it here? The Green Mountain area homeschoolers unanimously chose to dedicate their annual service learning project to help keep Lakewood's parks and open spaces clean and beautiful, and to inspire their community to do the same. The students began by learning from Lakewood Park and Jeffco Open Space staff and touring the Boulder Recycling Center. Did you love that? They shared what they learned by hosting an educational booth focused on recycling at Lakewood's Earth Day celebration and a youth art contest at the Belmar Library. Throughout the year, the students walked the talk by volunteering to pick up trash in our parks and encouraged others to join along the way. The students planned 10 trash pickup days at 4 sites, logging more than 150 hours of trash pickup and gathering 456 pounds of trash. These kids did that. Nice job. Nice job. Thank you, Green Mountain homeschoolers, for dedicating your talents to helping us create a more sustainable community. Nice work. Thank you. Ready? The third Defender of the Planet Award goes to the Lakewood High School Environmental Club. For reducing their high school's environmental footprint. The Lakewood High School Environmental Club has a mission to improve its school's environmental impact by reducing waste and giving back to the community. And in 2018, the club took its mission seriously. The students initiated multiple projects that had an immediate impact on our environment, including picking up trash at Main Reservoir and initiating an effort to work with the school's custodial team to set up recycling bins in the school atriums. The club also took on educational projects, including a trick-or-treat event designed to inspire an even younger generation to recycle more. To educate their peers, the students worked with other high school clubs to set up informational tables at their schools for Earth Day. Thank you for reminding us how important it is to work together to make our world a better place for the students of today and tomorrow. Congratulations, Lakewood. That's inspiring. So now we're going to move into the Bruce Peoples Eco Employee category. The Bruce Peoples Eco Employee Award was created to reward initiative and leadership from city employees. This award was named to honor the memory of Bruce Peoples, a longtime Lakewood employee committed to environmental awareness during the course of his work. We are proud to have his memory live on through the innovation and dedication of our city employees. This year, we have 2 projects that will receive an Eco Employee Award. So, the first Bruce Peoples Eco Employee Award goes to Marianne Valeska for being an eco encourager, animal advocate, and waste wizard. City of Lakewood business specialist Marianne Valeska is a living example of how global issues can be addressed at the office. Marianne channels her passion for animals and for our planet into tangible workplace activities like educating coworkers on the impacts of our food system, volunteering at zero waste events, and organizing recycling challenges. In the course of just a few months, Marianne led a plastic bag recycling challenge at work that diverted 387 pounds of plastic from the landfill. And that's just that gal. She regularly volunteers to help make employee events zero waste and encourages her coworkers to recycle and to compost in their office kitchens. Yes, she does. Marianne also educates fellow employees on the environmental impacts and animal cruelty issues related to animal farming operations, In 2018, she invited a representative from a local animal sanctuary to speak to employees and is the office expert on vegan living. Her positivity and her energy has led to significant waste reduction and behavioral changes that make the City of Lakewood a greener organization. Congratulations, Marianne, and thank you. That's impressive. The second Eco Employee Award goes to Jerry Spahn, Todd Paraboom, and Andrew Arnold for implementing innovative water conservation efforts in Lakewood's parks. Are they here? Hi. I haven't seen you. The Lakewood Parks Division has been using innovation and teamwork to save water in Lakewood's parks since the drought of the early 2000s. Recently, park staff upgraded its central irrigation system by replacing controllers and other hardware and implementing new software to operate the system. The central irrigation system allows management of multiple irrigation systems from one central location. This means roughly 180 irrigation controllers located throughout the city relay their information back to a centralized computer where irrigation managers can monitor and manage water flows. At some of Lakewood's larger park sites, the system has prevented the loss of more than 500 gallons per minute during pipe breakages. This has helped the city avoid the loss of tens of thousands of gallons of water in one night. The system's ability to shut off irrigation across the city during a rain event also saves an average of over 2 million gallons of water per night. That's amazing. The impact of this project was possible because these employees took the time to educate themselves, effectively communicate the importance of the project, and adapt during project implementation. Thank you so much, Jerry, Todd, and Andrew, for inspiring all of us to find innovative approaches to our work so we can truly make Lakewood a sustainable community. Thank you, gentlemen. Community Sustainability category. The Community Sustainability Award is intended to recognize projects and initiatives in Lakewood that lead the way to a more sustainable future. This year we have 4 projects that will receive the Community Sustainability Award. The first Community Sustainability Award goes to Mary Gilkison and Barbara Mills Bria for initiating recycling in Green Mountain area schools. Mary and Barb. Milk cartons, juice bottles, meal trays, chip bags, forks, spoons, and much more. School cafeterias generate a lot of waste. As members of the Green Mountain Sustainable Neighborhood, Mary Gilkison and Barb Mills Bria saw the waste challenge as an opportunity to make a positive environmental impact while educating the next generation. This pair set a goal to reduce lunchroom waste in the Green Mountain area schools. Through collaboration with school principals and lunchroom staff, they completed waste audits and identified milk cartons and beverage containers as the most common recyclable materials being thrown away. These 2 women set up recycling collection stations and educated students about the importance of recycling. While they were busy helping these schools build their lunchroom recycling programs, they also realized that more than 2,000 containers of unopened milk cartons and other sealed food were ending up in the school trash bins. In response, they worked with the Action Center to create a program to donate these extra food items. Mary and Barb have dedicated hundreds of hours to this effort since they started this program last August. To date, 4 of the 5 elementary schools have initiated a recycling program, and the pair are not done yet. Congratulations, Mary and Barb, and thank you so much. Our second Community Sustainability Award goes to Paul and Chelsea Fleischer for the Fleischer Family Farm. Hi. Hi. The Fleischer Family Farm is a Lakewood local business with a triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit. The farm provides a convenient location for families to purchase their organic fruits and vegetables, contributing to the local economy while also supporting communities' health and well-being. Paul and Chelsea Fleischer, the farm's owners, manage the farm using sustainable farming methods, including using insects and natural plants to regulate pollination and to minimize damage by pests. The Fleischer Family Farm also provides education to customers and the community throughout weekend classes that teach the basics of urban farming and encourage neighbors to connect through volunteer opportunities at the farm's food stand operated on Saturday mornings. So go visit. The Fleischer Family Farm is a model for businesses that want to contribute to our local economy, protect our environment, and strengthen the fabric of our community. Thank you, Paul and Chelsea, for making Lakewood a more sustainable community. The third Community Sustainability Award goes to Michael Inzatari for bringing the print relief program to Minuteman Press. Minuteman Press Lakewood offers its customers at no extra charge the opportunity to participate in certified environmental and ecological restoration projects where the planet needs it most. Through the print relief platform, Minuteman Press automatically converts its paper footprint into actual trees. As customers print, trees are replanted in forests around the world. The owner of Minuteman Press, Michael Inzatari, launched the program in April 2018, and since then, 151 trees have been planted to offset more than 1.25 million pages of paper. This program enables customers like Jeffco Public Schools to effortlessly and seamlessly plant trees equivalent to their paper consumption with no additional expense. Minuteman Press Lakewood noticed that most businesses, while expressing an interest in getting involved with environmental issues, lacked either time, money, or know-how to make an impact. By taking this challenge on and implementing the print relief program, and relief is spelled R-E-L-E-A-F, Michael demonstrates how businesses can be a force for good in our local community and in our world. Thank you, Michael, for your leadership in sustainability. Thank you. The final Community Sustainability Award goes to Meg Callie and Sprout City Farms for their work at Mount Air Park Community Farm. Hi. Sprout City Farms, a nonprofit urban agriculture organization under the leadership of Meg Callie, has been a partner with the City of Lakewood since 2014 to operate Mount Air Park Community Farm on previously underutilized parkland in a designated food desert in Northeast Lakewood. On average, 10,000 pounds of food are produced each year at the farm, and Sprout City Farms works hard to distribute it within the surrounding community by working with local stakeholders to ensure the food is benefiting those who need it most. The farm creates opportunities for healthy food access and education for neighborhood residents and families at nearby schools through workshops, events, weekly produce shares, and more. In 2019, in addition to hiring a new farm manager and continuing to increase production and operations, Sprout City Farms dedicated funds to hire a program coordinator who will work closely with the Volunteer Community Advisory Committee to expand outreach and engagement and deepen relationships between the farm, local residents, and other stakeholders. Other community members can look to this project as an example of how to partner in creative ways to bring about positive and desired change in their own neighborhoods. Thank you for partnering with us to build a more sustainable Lakewood. Congratulations to all of the award winners. Your work is truly impressive. Thank you for making Lakewood a more sustainable place to live, work, and play. And once again, we want to thank Rubio's Coastal Grill for sponsoring the awards and feeding us so well. So we sure appreciate them. If you'd like to learn more about Sustainability Awards program, please visit the city's website at lakewood.org/sustainability awards. And before I conclude, I just want to recognize and thank the Lakewood Sustainability Awards Committee. These folks did all the hard work, and it was really important that the judging was really fair and equitable, and I think they did an amazing job. What do you think? And by the way, here's who they are. Sarah Livingston, who was just here a second over here, Laura Pemberton, Alyssa Vogan, Ginger Harris, Jonathan Wachtel, and Lynn Coppage. So thank you very much for your wonderful work. And that concludes the presentation, and you all can stay for the council meeting if you'd like.
Thank you, Ms. Hodson. Before you leave, I wanted to see if council wanted to weigh in on and say anything. So, Councilor Gutwein.
Hello. Okay, there we go. This is one of my favorite nights. It's so amazing to see all of you out here. Thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing in your neighborhoods and in your businesses. You're changing the world. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
And I'm very impressed that the younger folks among us are taking the lead and will set the standard for years and generations to come. Thank you.
And lastly, I would just echo what was said, and what a great celebration. This is something that we always look forward to. Tonight's a celebration of community, and what makes a community great is people who care, and our youngest to our oldest are out here tonight being celebrated. So thank you all very much. Keep up the good work, and we look forward to seeing you next year. See you next year. Have a good summer. Charlie, did you fill out one of these?
Do we keep these before we read them, or how do you want to work that?
What's that?
Do you want us to read them and then give you a copy?
So let's keep, yeah, this is for item 13, so let's hold off.
That's what I thought.
What's item 9? Yeah, I can turn it over to you after she reads it in, because it'll be a public hearing on that. Okay. So, that's fun. That is always fun. Not as fun as public comment, but that is fun. So. Just give me one moment, please. A master script. There's an old one here, I think. Here it is. I'll just read it off of this. We'll just deal with this. There we go. Look at that. All right, thank you all very much. So this is the point in the meeting where the public is invited to address the city council on items that did not appear on the agenda. All comments should be directed to the city council. I ask that all in attendance observe the decorum of the city council chambers and refrain from applause or audible support or discord with the speaker. There is a 3-minute time limit. On this little box here will be green up until 2.5 minutes. It'll go yellow. And when your time is up, it'll go red, and I will politely try to wrap you up from there. So, first on the list, we have Charles Baird. Come on down. And then Mr. Keefe is next. And again, this is for non-agenda items. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. May it please the council, Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Charles Baird. I live at 1929 South J Court, directly south of the White Fence Farms property, sometimes referred to as the Chicken Shack. I received a letter over the weekend from the law firm of Ireland Stapleton in opposition to the White Fence Farms site plan application. I've previously left a copy with the clerk. I would like to approach the bench for copies for distribution for the council, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly, if you just hand them to Madam Greer, clerk, she'll take care of that.
The gist of the letter basically says it all. The White Fence Farms people are really trying to blatantly skirt the land and deed restrictions that apply for any change to that property. All previous landowners, current as well, have had to live with the rules that stand with no exception. Of course, they can build, but they are held to the standards that all before and all present have had to deal with. That's the gist. I don't want to waste the council's time. Subject to questions, thank you. Hearing no questions, I ask that they be admitted, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Keefe and then Mr. Newland, and then we'll have some pool time for Mr. Olson. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your recognition. My name, as you said, is Tom Keefe. I'm an assistant professor of humanities at a local college. I teach political science, history, world religions, and I always try to convey to my students the principles of equal application of the law, as well as the issues of the difference between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. Just this year, I was bragging to my students about you, about the City Council and your new stricter campaign finance ordinance. As you know, Chapter 2.54 prohibits corporate contributions and limits individual contributions to $400. This ordinance was passed by you unanimously on January 14th, 2019. In fact, the ordinance charge was led by Councilman Charlie Abel. The report came out in May, on May 9th, I believe. I looked up each of you, and 2 of you had financial disclosures. But what concerns me, though, is that Councilman Abel's disclosures include a corporate contribution of $300 from the Westwood Inn. It seems strange to me that that corporate donation occurred just days before the effective date of the ordinance. Let me be clear, it was not a violation of the ordinance at the time. However, again, my concern was with the spirit of the law and the letter of the law. The fact that the author of the law accepted a corporate donation just days before it would have been illegal. The financial disclosures also include a $1,000 personal donation. That is a violation of the new legislation. Let me be clear, this is not personal. I've met Jacob, I've met the mayor on occasion. I don't think I've met my own councilwomen. So this is strictly my concern with what politicians say and what they do. The second reading of the rule was read on January 14th. The rule was signed by Mayor Paul on the 15th. Then 32 days later, after the second reading, and 31 days from the signing, on February 15th, Councilman Abel received and accepted that $1,000. This is a violation, and according to sections B and C of the campaign finance rule, the subject shall be penalized at least double and up to 5 times the amount of the contribution. And the candidate, in this case, Charlie Abel, shall be subject to a penalty in the amount of 1 or 2 times the amount contributed, or in this case, $600 to $1,200. Because public trust is so vital to my community, to our community, I would conclude by rhetorically asking, Councilman Abel, are you prepared to pay the penalty for violating the campaign finance rules of this city of Lakewood? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newland? Good evening, welcome.
Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is George Newland. Until this last week, I was president of the Board of Directors of Telluride Condominiums on the 400 block of Wright Street. Tonight, I'd like to address the redevelopment of the Point Athletic Club site at 6th Avenue and Van Gordon Street. That neighborhood is bounded by Van Gordon Street on the east, 6th Avenue Access Road on the north, the Red Rocks Community College property on the west, and McIntyre Gulch on the south. That's an area of about 0.37 square miles or 236 acres. That includes Union Ridge Park and Wright Park, but does not include Union Square Park. In this area, there are 2,952 dwelling units. That's apartments, condominiums, duplex, and single-family houses. So that translates to a density of about 12.5 dwellings per acre. The streets providing access in and out of this neighborhood are Wright Street, Zhang Street, and West 2nd Place. They feed on to Van Gordon and the 6th Avenue frontage road. On all of these roads are 1 lane each direction. They're not a major collector street. Outside this boundary, but immediately adjacent, are 2 apartment complexes, Union West and Beacon 85. They contain another 610 dwelling units, which feed into the same street network. Also feeding traffic into this area is the Red Rocks Community College campus. The developers proposed a 309-unit apartment on this site. It's a single, large rectangular building. It would present a 5-story wall 30 feet from the curb along the Van Gordon side, and that's not exactly a welcoming face to the neighborhood. The building would cast significant shade on Van Gordon and on the curve to the frontage road in the winter, and that curve can be quite tricky in snowy weather. The side of the proposed apartment building has 1 driveway accessing the 6th Avenue access road. It's located mid-slope between a sharp curve on the east and the crest of the hill on the west, with traffic moving on the frontage road at 35 legally, but usually closer to 40, I think. It's oriented inward towards 2 courtyards. There's a little grassed area on the site to walk dogs and recreate. I believe the scale and the architecture of the proposed project does not fit the rest of the neighborhood. So my request to the council on behalf of my condominium association is that you ask the Planning Commission to take a second look at the aesthetic and functional impact that another 309 units would have on the neighborhood. That, by the way, that's 10% of what's there already. I would like you to ask the Planning Commission to ask the developer to reduce the number of units in the project to a reasonable number, for example, 175 or maybe 200.
Please, thank you.
Or reduce the height of the building, break the project into 2 or 3 smaller structures. The consequences of this development will be with us
Time's up,
forever.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Olson, you're going to pool, so you have Mr. Olson, Marianne Paulson, Marianne McKinney. There's one other, correct? Oh, yeah, there's Mary. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Is there a fourth?
There's 4, yeah.
I don't think he signed up, but we're cool.
Mary Jane and Dave. Hi. Marianne checked in.
Oh, Dave, there you are. I got you. We're good. You're good. Floor is yours, sir.
Okay, let me, I came on the right night. I've yielded a couple times because it's been, yeah. My name's Charlie Olson. I've yielded with this presentation because of time, and but I thought I came in the right night here. I've got my own clock. I'll start it. It's only for 9 minutes, so I have. Right. Older Americans. I can join that group. Sustainability. I'm going to talk about sustainability of single-family neighborhoods. I think they're at risk in this town. And then mental health. That may be why I shouldn't be here.
None of us,
Okay, I'm an old engineer, so I don't have words like lawyers do, so I'm going to present a visual impact trying to make my points. And I'll comment on different pictures, but I wanted you to see what I'm doing. I've been impacted by overflow parking from high-density areas. I fought that for 10 years. Most of you have seen me. I sold my house. I couldn't stand it anymore. Bought a new house, and now I may be impacted again. So I've done a parking study of apartment building that has been there for a few years, and here I go with neighborhood sustainability. Okay, the one I've studied is Westline Flats. It's on 13th and Newland. It's near a transit zone, but it isn't zoned transit. It's zoned urban. Mary Jane and I stopped to rent an apartment there about the 1st of April. Wanted a 2-bedroom because we have 2 cars. The prices were from $1,708 to $2,107. We asked about parking. They said there is no parking. There's no parking available for new rentals. And in their advertisement that you see there, it advertises off-street parking is available in the surrounding, happens to be single-family neighborhood. Okay, there's 155 units at Westline Flats. They have 86 in the parking lot, 48 in the garage, 6 tandem, 5 handicapped, and 1 visitor. They have 1 visitor spot for 155 units. No employee parking. They have rental agents, they have janitors, they have yoga, but there is no employee parking. That comes out to 0.94 spaces per unit. That does not meet city code of 1. So they have arranged 30 parking spots on the city streets, which brings them 1.14. This is the layout of the area. The blue is the apartments, the green and brown is the parking, and then the right angle around the outside is approved city parking on the streets. This is an aerial view. You can see Westline Flats on the right, and you can see the single-family neighborhood on the left. The three major streets are Newland Street, 12th Place, and Otis Street. This is what Newland Street looks like. This is what 12th Place looks like. Otis Street, on your left, they use cones so that when they return in the evening, they have a place to park in front of their house. On the right is Otis Street, and you can see two cars parked illegally in front of a stop sign. They've tried to prevent parking on Lamar. They put up their own no parking zones, but there's nobody there to enforce them. Here's a car parked in front of the bus stop. There is a bus stop close to Westline Flats. Westline Flats should not need a lot of parking spaces because it's transit, they have light rail, they have a bike path to downtown, and they have a bus. Okay, the city has issued a dialogue or a statement like this that says we want to provide community with enhanced safety, amenities, pedestrian connections, bicycle parking, and this is to the community, and you can see the community is not getting any enhancements. The rules of the city: 5 feet from a driveway, 15 feet from a fire hydrant, 20 feet from a crosswalk, and 30 feet from a stop sign. Plus the U.S. Post Office, does not deliver mail if there's cars parked in front of the mailbox. This is a violation, 5 feet from a driveway. This is a violation, should be 15 feet from a fire hydrant, and it's only 5.5 feet. This is a violation, parking in an intersection. This is another violation, 30 feet from a stop sign. To get their mail on Otis Street, they have to put out barriers to keep people from parking in front of their mailbox, or the lady that delivers the mail will not deliver it. I made a police report about this car parked. He's in violation, or what I think is 3 violations: fire hydrant, intersection, and stop sign. This is the response I got from the police department. It basically says that the city has made a deal with the neighborhood and they don't enforce parking in this neighborhood. Signed, Sergeant Lovejoy, Lakewood Police Department. This was Otis Street 2 or 3 years ago. It just happens to still be on Google Maps. You can go and see what this neighborhood looked like 3 years ago. You can see it's got mostly half-acre lots, 2-car garages, some 3-car driveways, and there was nobody parked there 3 years ago. This is another example. This is 6625 12th Place. The one on the left is what this property looked like 3 years ago. The one on the right is what this property looks like today. This particular car, his license plate expired July of 1918. The city has ticketed him, but he's still there. He moves about every month, but it hasn't been towed. It's been parked there for almost a year, 10 months. Okay, you know the parking requirements for transit, urban, and suburban. I say that this neighborhood needs 217 parking spaces. If you count on-site, on-street, and in neighborhood, and that's a parking ratio of 1.4, which is almost twice the requirement, but we have that many. You can count the cars if you go there in the evening. The city is destroying single-family local neighborhoods. This particular home was demolished, and it was rezoned MR2. This was a city council meeting. It was rezoned at the January 24th meeting. from R16 to MRU. So the neighborhood is talking about 8 to 16 more units being built where it used to be single family. And concluding, down the street, they're building 293 units, about a block down. Fortunately, this one is not close to a lot of single family. In summary, I want to say that your parking even at 1.25 is not enough. This unit, which has light rail, bicycle lanes, and buses, is at 1.4, and you can go count them, but don't go at noon. You have to go in the evening. There's my 9 minutes. I'll yield a minute early to the council.
You can finish. You actually have 46 more seconds.
Okay, I don't want to get in trouble with them.
Fine. 38, 37.
I hope you've seen that overflow parking, and I am threatened by it again, into single-family neighborhoods, R1, 6, destroys the neighborhood. The morale, I've talked to 4 of those families, and they're just sick about what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Quinn? And then I have Deborah, you're going to speak for, is Nancy here? Nancy Shepherd, Nancy's here. Liz, I see you. And Ronald? Okay, great. Thank you. You're up next. Mr. Quinn, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Paul and members of City Council. Tom Quinn, Executive Director for the Alameda Corridor Business Improvement District and Alameda Connects. I'm only here about fun stuff tonight, nothing serious, so you can just enjoy yourselves for a minute here. First, at your seats, you have an invitation to our upcoming Alameda Connects Business Sustainability Summit. This coming Friday, May 17th at MindSpark Learning from 1 to 5 p.m. We have a great lineup of speakers for this event. We also have some great vendors there. Our theme is Ability for Small Business Sustainability. So the whole idea is to provide short and long-term sustainability strategies for businesses of all sizes. So whether you work for a business or you own a business or you're thinking about opening a business, there'll be something there for you. And on the back of those flyers, you'll see a code. That's an Eventbrite code to get tickets to the event. So we hope you can join us. We hope the public can join us. It'll be a great event. A couple other quick things. First, we have the Dinos on the Loose going on for the next 3 weeks. We're displaying some of the wonderful metal dinosaurs that were made back in the early 2000s by Alameda Gateway. They were at Green Mountain Presbyterian Church last Saturday, and Councilor Frank stopped by to have her picture taken with them. This coming week, Saturday, they're going to be at Mile High Church from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then the following weekend, they'll be at the Belmar Plaza. Finishing up at the Rock and Block Party on Saturday, June 8th. So that's great. Just come by, get pictures taken. If you got kids or, just anybody, it's just a fun thing to stop by and see. And it's helping to promote Dinosaur Ridge. Their 30th anniversary is this year, coming up on June 1st. Last thing is our movie in the park. On Tuesday, June 4th, we're going to be having a movie in the park at All-Star Park. So it'll be open to the public. It's a free event. There aren't a whole lot of events the public can get into for free at All-Star Park, so this will be a great opportunity. We're going to be showing The Sandlot. More information on the movie in the park, as well as other events, is available at our website, alamedaconnects.org. Thank you, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, sir. Feel free to stay. Ms. Emer, you are up. Good evening. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and the members of the council. My name is Deborah Easley Emmert, and I reside at 6028 West Colorado Lane in the Summerfield Townhomes in Lakewood. I was born and raised in Colorado and graduated from Bear Creek High School in 1972, and I was a member of the Western Heirs. After graduating from Northern Arizona University, I've had a 40-year career as a professional interior designer working on commercial projects as large as 800,000 square feet and have been involved in projects and developments from initial site planning through design, engineering, and construction. Last month, several of us from the neighborhood surrounding the White Fence Farm parcel spoke to you during public comment, expressing our concerns over the major site plan that has been submitted to the Lakewood Planning Department for their review and approval. This site plan is for a development which would encompass 2 4-story buildings to include 234 apartments. This parcel is part of the Wilson property official development plan. As explained, this major site plan in its current form violates numerous requirements such as density, building height limits, and non-compliance with architectural review process as defined in the official development plan, and as such should not be approved. These claims were substantiated through various references from the Wilson Property Official Development Plan, which was approved by the City of Lakewood Planning Commission and signed by the mayor on December 16, 1982, along with the Lakewood zoning ordinance and the 2003 and 2025 Lakewood comprehensive plans. The development as proposed exceeds the remaining available maximum number of dwelling units as defined in the ODP by 83. It exceeds the allowable building height for this land parcel by 12 feet, and it has not been reviewed or approved by, quote, an architectural review committee of the Property Owners Association, end quote. When we spoke last month, we had already met with the planning department as well as the developer to discuss these concerns. However, feeling that there was no interest on either of their parts to address or resolve them, we came to you in hopes of support. Your directive, Mr. Mayor, was to continue the dialogue with both the city and the developer, and to that end, we have had additional meetings. We have met with our Ward 3 City Council persons, Mr. Beda and Mr. Roybal, and have also had numerous conference calls along with email communications with them. We met with Lakewood Planning Department Senior Planner, Kara Miller, and Paul Rice, Manager of Planning Development Assistance. And we met with the developer, Crescent Communities. I would like to note that we have received much support and encouragement from our counselors, which has been greatly appreciated. Thank you. During our meeting with the planning department, we were essentially told that although our official development plan was never repealed, that its requirements, quote, just went away, end quote. We were also told that if the site plan gets approved and we disagree with the ruling, that we may appeal the decision through the Board of Adjustments. Many of the members, as you know, of the Board of Adjustments are from the planning department who would have already just denied and approved the requested plan. When we met with the developer, we again expressed our concerns about the building height and the density. However, they clearly stated that in order to make their financial plan work for the buildings must be 4 stories and with the planned 234 units. They have no intention of making any changes. We will continue to investigate how the conditions and restrictions of our city-approved official development plan can be enforced and how our legal rights as property owners will be honored. As you are aware, this development will not only affect the existing 229 dwelling units in the Wilson property development, but also an additional 700+ dwelling units in other surrounding neighborhoods. One of the HOAs within the Wilson property ODP has retained legal counsel, and a letter was sent to the planning director last week. I believe you all received a copy of that earlier this evening. We concur with everything which the lawyers outlined in the letter and fully support all efforts to ensure that our rights are upheld. We think that you should also be aware of the fact that this development, as proposed, has already had negative effects on our community, as 2 purchase contracts for houses in the Wildflower patio homes fell through once the purchasers found out that there potentially would be 2 4-story buildings and additional 234 apartments in their backyard. As a representative of this neighborhood and a resident of Lakewood, I would personally like to express deep concern over the city's current position on this development as proposed, since it would be in direct violation of the ODP. In spite of the opinions expressed by the Lakewood Planning Department, the official development plan for the Wilson property as approved in 1982 is still considered to be legally binding and as such is attached to all of our title work. I doubt that any of you would want this type of failure to comply with a binding legal contract between the city of Lakewood and its property owners, your constituents, to be part of your legacy as city council members. Thank you for hearing our concerns, and we look forward to your support in a positive resolution of the situation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I have Mary signed up with no address, email, or phone number. So I will remove Mary. Mr. Franson, you wanted to speak on, I think, item 9, so I'll switch you over to that. Is that cool? Lori, come on down. And then I have Virginia, and then that exhausts the roster, but if anybody would like to speak and hasn't had a chance, please come over to the clerk, sign up, and we'll get you up here. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lori Niquette, and I reside at 433 Wright Street in the Telluride condominiums in Ward 1. My comments tonight are with regard to the proposed Van Gordon apartment project at 533 Van Gordon Street, site plan number 19008. After hearing that the Point Athletic Club would be demolished and replaced by a 309 apartment unit project, I acquired the site plan. This project is not in the Union Corridor plan and is bounded on the west side by Van Gordon Street. This project is proposed to be a total of 5 stories high, with the basement being the parking garage and 4 floors of apartment units above ground level. In reviewing the site plan, the density of the units is not in keeping with the surrounding area, where there are already more than 2,900 multifamily units. Older and established communities within 1/2 mile to the south and west of this address include apartments, townhouses, condominiums, and duplexes. All of these residences are 3 stories high or less. It would be my desire to see that this building be designed with no more than 3 stories above ground level, in keeping with the overall character of the community, and with a total of less than 120 units. Also, that the project be divided into 2 or more buildings. This is a relatively small parcel of land, and the density would be more appropriate if it were similar to its neighbor, the West Hills Apartments. According to the site plan, there's 1 entrance exit from the 6th Avenue frontage road into this property that would handle all of the traffic for the Van Gordon Apartments, plus some traffic to the 408 apartments in West Hills. Obviously, the entrance to this project is not exclusive. I would like to see the traffic study for this project, especially as it relates to the frontage road. Inside the property, the driveway that would enter into West Hills property is marked "Do Not Enter." The only other way cars from the Van Gordon apartment site could get in or out would be to follow the West Hills driveway to the west around the inside perimeter of their property and exit onto Van Gordon at their southeast corner. Also, I see that the parking garage is only 1 entrance exit for more than 400 vehicles. What would happen in an emergency that might block that exit? The very modern architecture of the project will be out of place and is not in keeping with the surrounding area. A lot less detail and fewer paint colors can be used and still have an attractive appearance. Consider water and sewer usage for the project. This is only the site plan. However, if all the landscaping is in place, the pool is filled, and residents in 309 units are bathing, washing clothes, and running dishwashers, the water usage alone will increase many times over that used by the Point Athletic Club.
Can you please wrap it up there?
I am. Please ask the developer to redesign this project with far fewer apartment units and make it more in keeping with the rest of the community. The alternative would be to find a different and better use for the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia? Come on down. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you who give your time to the City of Lakewood. My name is Virginia Wilkins, and I live at 2652 South Johnson Circle. I've been a resident of Lakewood, I think it's 52 years now. So I've been around as long as the city has. A little bit longer, too. Quickly, I've been listening, and it sounds to me like you've got some serious problems. Mine is more like a pebble in your shoe. I've been here before on the same topic. That's the Bear Creek Greenbelt and multi-use path. I take issue with it being called a bike path because I've been walking that path for 27 years, and the bikers drive me nuts. They scare me frequently, and I try and thank them when they give me warning, but all too often they don't. That's one issue. You've heard it before. I won't go into details. The second issue is I have concern about the weeds down there. They are hemlock weeds, and I'm sure you know they've gotten way beyond out of control. I got on the city about the Scots thistle, and thank God that seems to have been solved, but I think it just opened up the land for more hemlock. There's a really bad patch, and to me it makes logical sense to get on top of that right now this spring because they're already growing and they're already up to 2 feet high. Last year I observed and took pictures of some that are about 8 feet and growing. I'm 5 feet. These weeds are poison. They can be dangerous. They're not going to creep up on you and bite you, but they can be dangerous. I really wish that the city would give a little more attention to that. I know you're strapped for funds. But I am concerned particularly about accidents along that multi-use path, and I would appreciate your attention before somebody gets seriously hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. That exhausts the roster. Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing none, I will close public comment. Mayor Pro Tem Abel, your light was on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to let Mr. Keefe know that I have accepted $0 since the new campaign ordinance went into effect. What he failed to mention was that my opponent has a carryover balance from a previous campaign cycle in which several of her contributions would not have fit within the new campaign finance ordinance. And that same opponent has admitted a previous violation of our previous campaign finance ordinance. So in the interest of fairness, I want those facts to be known and to tell you how proud I am to have guided the committee that came up with that ordinance. But he did give me credit for something I can't accept, and that is that I did not author that finance ordinance. Our attorney, Mark Gruskin, did. He came up with an ordinance that has been widely praised across the state as the ideal ordinance and one that should be copied by other municipalities. Thank you.
Councilor LeBaire.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick comment for Mr. Olson. We just want you to know that we're all very aware on council of some of the issues on Newland Street. That was actually used as a bit of a poster child, an example for some of the challenges that we face. Also just want to mention Lamar Street. Those no parking signs are for the construction across the street, not necessarily due to the parking issues on Newland, but so hopefully those will be coming down at some point once that building gets a little further along. And also just wanted to let you know that we are looking at increasing guest parking and also parking requirements. And we're also working with our city manager to make sure our laws are enforced. So your comments are duly noted, and we're certainly working on those issues. So thank you.
Councilor Vincent, did you want to tag team on that?
Yeah, I'd like to tag team on that. Indeed, we are looking at that. And just for information, across the street, those townhomes that are getting developed, they will have garages and driveway parking on there. That was part of the pushback that we gave them. Also, there's underground parking at the one where there's going to be the 294 apartment buildings. That's going to be secured underground parking. And I know that there's one, I think, to 1.5 per apartment dwelling. So that has been in response to some of the issues that have been with Westline Flats. There will also be, we're looking at, I think a team is looking at a parking management system for exactly some of those issues that you were talking about. We do have issues with running into driveways and around other things. But unfortunately, in some of these areas, when somebody reports somebody else, then it kind of causes a ripple effect sometimes because other people are too close to the driveways or too close to the intersections. But just be assured that we are looking at something, and those two ones that are getting developed on either side of there are some mitigation issues that have been addressed with that. But keep us in the loop because we walk by it all the time. Thank you.
Councilor Skilling.
Yeah, just to finish that off, Mr. Olson, I know you're aware of our committee meetings because you've come and spoken at our committee meetings, or at least attended them. But just by way of update, the committee did come up with some recommendations along with Planning Commission. And just for the audience as well, that's coming up May 20th. That's a week from now. We'll have our study session on parking. And one of the things that the committee has looked at is the parking ratios. There is a recommendation that you'll see, but there has been talk about what that proper number should be. Should we go higher? Should we go or stick with the recommendations? And then as Councilor Vincent just spoke of, if you stick around late tonight, we have a request for council action that's coming from the committee that deals with the parking management plan, and that deals with the enforcement aspect. And we're talking about ways to get that jump started and get going with that. So that's the enforcement side. And then the committee is also working on the zoning revision side, which will come to council next week.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to thank everybody. I want to thank our White Fence Farm folks, and I'm happy to do a check-in with you and your neighbors and have a further conversation. I do want to make one correction. The Board of Adjustment would be Planning Commission, would be the Planning Commission, not the city staff. So that would go back to them. But I'm happy to engage. I've been engaged early on and kind of followed from a 10,000 foot level, but happy to come back in. And then Lori, I'm not sure, and we can circle back. I did see the email come through. I'm not sure how far down the road those plans are, if it's kind of in a holding or if there was an initial, but we can certainly get back to you and your neighbors. I think we had a gentleman from Telluride speak as well, so happy to do that. So thank you all. Thank you all very much. All right. Next up, we have the consent agenda. And the consent agenda.
Excuse me, Mayor. We have an executive report first.
Ms. Hodson, I'm very sorry. That's right. My goodness, forgive me. Ms. Hodson.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thanks, Margie. A couple of updates. A reminder, we're entering into summertime, and the recreation staff have once again teamed up with a Lunchbox Express lunch program. This program is dedicated to feeding hungry Colorado kids during the summer when they don't have access to free or reduced fee lunches in their schools. It operates as a sponsor of the USDA's Summer Food Service Program, a federal program that makes nutritious lunches available during the summer at approved sites with high concentrations of low-income children. This is an amazing program for our kids in the community. There is no proof of income required, and all children 18 and under qualify for a free lunch no matter where they live or where they go to school. The program starts on May 28th, and it goes through August 2nd. So those are the summer months when kids aren't in school. The sites are Gold Crown Foundation, Ray Ross Park, Mulholm Elementary, and Surfside Park. And we'll make sure that there's more information available on the website, because that's just so important to make sure our kids are being fed. Did you know that CDOT has a web page that encourages people to silence their phones while driving? Did you know that? That's a feature that most phone makers now offer. And CDOT has created some fairly humorous messages that people can put on their phone as their response when others are calling them when they're driving. You get that? So instead of answering your phone, you get this oh so funny response. And I'm going to read one of them that you can program in your phone. I may have had a few too many espresso shots this morning and am killing car karaoke right now. You definitely don't want to hear this, so I'll get back to you when my solo is over and my engine is off. That's funny, right? So if you want to download that, I think that information is available on the CDOT website, and that's a fun way to try to keep people off their phones while they're driving. The Carmody Splash Pad is going to have a grand opening, and that is May 29th, starting at noon with free admission. May 29th, starting at noon, free admission, and hot dogs are going to be served. Hot dogs and a water park. And finally, in the police department, on a more serious note, we're working with other law enforcement jurisdictions to do proactive enforcement on I-70 after the fatal crash. We conducted one operation last week with the Colorado State Patrol, and we're hoping to have multiple operations in the future in Jefferson County. That was a really tragic event, and I mean, I give all the credit to our police department, all the other law enforcement partners who really helped to clear that scene in a real careful and kind way. I also wanted to thank our street staff who had to bring some large equipment out there to help open some cars up and help remove some people who didn't make it because of the crash. So that was a tough experience for both our law enforcement professionals as well as our street maintenance folks. And I just want to thank them for their good work and their hard work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, my apologies. So we'll move into the consent agenda. The use of this consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and tonight no first reading ordinances, so I'll skip that part. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion. Under general business, will the clerk please read the items into the consent agenda?
Consent agenda consists of items 9 and 10 only. Item 9, Resolution 2019-20, approving award of funds under the 2019 Lakewood Community Grant Program. And item 10, accepting the minutes of the Historic Preservation Commission meeting of January 15th, 2019.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to make a motion?
Mayor Paul, I move for acceptance of the minutes of boards and commissions and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Hold on a second, please. Thank you. Thank you for making that. Let me open the public hearing on the resolution first. So my apologies. Yep, on the resolution. On the consent agenda. So again, 3 minutes, 2.5 green, yellow, 30 seconds red. Ms. Marianne Fleet, you wish to speak, and then I have Scott Franson, and that exhausts the roster as of now. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Mary Ann Fleet. I'm Executive Director of the Lakewood Symphony, and I'm delighted to be here again. A great city deserves a great orchestra, and we think that the Lakewood Symphony fulfills that need. Our goal is to offer professional quality performances to highly appreciative audiences. And here's a bit about what we're doing. Can you hear me, or is this too high?
No, you're good.
Is that better? I don't know. We perform 5 subscription concerts throughout the season, October through May. During this season, which will end on May 30th, our first 4 of the 5 concerts have been sellouts. As of tonight, there are only 2 tickets left for our May 30th concert, so I think it'll sell out too. In the future, to make sure that you can come, purchase your tickets early. We do have tickets available almost immediately. In fact, right now, throughout the whole season. But if you don't get a jump on it, you probably won't be able to come. In addition to these 5 concerts, we also perform a children's concert and 2 Christmas shows with the Mormon Chorale. A very important aspect of our work is to engage those within the community who might otherwise not have an opportunity to attend a live symphonic concert. To that end, we actively recruit folks from DDRC, the Boys and Girls Club, the Eaton Seniors, Morning Star Seniors, and other groups. In quality, the orchestra has moved up many notches during the last several years, but don't take my word for it. We'd love it if each of you would come to a performance and check us out. Thank you for your past support and for tonight's consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Franson, come on down. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. I'm Scott Franson. I'm the Chief Development Officer for Family Tree, and Scott Shields gives his regrets for not being able to join us tonight, but please accept my kind thanks for the City of Lakewood for everything that you've done for Family Tree. And as a reminder, the mission of Family Tree is to help people overcome child abuse, domestic violence, and homelessness to become safe, strong, and self-reliant. And we focus on offering programs and services in the key areas of child abuse, neglect, homelessness, and domestic violence, 3 topics that aren't the easiest things to discuss. Because of Lakewood and your charitable giving program in the past, we were able to do many things for people that live in Lakewood, residents of Lakewood. For some just simple ideas of the numbers, in the last year, 2018, we offered 353 programs, screenings for people in Lakewood households of people who were experiencing homelessness or were at risk of becoming homeless. 102 Lakewood households received ongoing crisis management and short-term housing counseling. 36 households received case management and subsidized housing, supportive services including rent, utilities, transportation, etc. 16 Lakewood households exited the homelessness program in 2018, and 100% of those moved into safe, stable housing. 16 Lakewood individuals participated in Family Tree's work readiness assessments, and 9 Lakewood individuals obtained employment and or achieved educational goals. All in all, the City of Lakewood has been an ongoing support organization for Family Tree, and we are truly appreciative of all that you do. Please consider Family Tree again tonight, and thanks for helping the community in all the ways.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Come on down. If you want to just stop by the clerk and sign in, that'd be fantastic. So it looks like we got 3. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ken Wigg. I'm a volunteer on the board of directors of the Second Wind Fund, and I also have other J.C. Cox and Jenny Nakaido here, also representing the Second Wind Fund. Thank you again for considering and supporting our youth in this community. It was great to see these young folks here. Obviously, they're heading home to do homework or get some rest here. But in these, as you are aware, or most of you I'm sure are aware, it's great things these kids are doing, but sometimes our kids need help. And that's what this community came together to do over 17 years ago, when 4 kids took their lives at the high school here in Lakewood. So we now serve kids in all over Colorado, and but our heart still, and we still serve the kids here in all the high schools here in Lakewood, the middle schools, and way too many of the elementary schools. A quarter of our kids that are referred to our program are actually in elementary school. We serve through age 19, and the youngest kid referred to our program was 4 years old. Because of the support, it only takes $1,000 to save a kid. It's a remarkable program, and it's been very, very effective. It's, as you're probably aware, we talked to the Jefferson Center earlier, talking about mental health. It is a mental health issue, and unfortunately our kids seem to be struggling more. Either good news or bad news is that in the 2017-2018 year, the number of kids referred to the Second Wind program actually doubled. And for this school year also, it has actually gone up again. But it's through the support of folks such as this, the council, the mayor, and the community who've come together, and we are making a difference for our kids. Additionally, I'm going to put an extra plug in here. Anybody plays golf, come join us June 21st. You don't have to be good, they let me play. And again, our 18th annual walk-run event that started this here at Green Mountain Presbyterian Church, Green Mountain High School, will be October 5th this year. Again, thank you for supporting our kids.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on down. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Paige. I'm with the Outdoor Lab Foundation. I'm the Deputy Executive Director. Thank you for having us. It's really humbling to be among so many amazing organizations that are up for this tonight. As many of you know, Outdoor Lab is truly a legacy in Jefferson County, not just the city of Lakewood, but the entire county of Jeffco. And we impact over 6,000 sixth grade students each year when they go on this magical experience and come back a completely changed kid. It's so much more than science. It's so much more than a week on the trails. It's truly a lifetime. And as you'll see in the front row over here, we have some support to show for this program. But specifically what these funds do every year is they are given back directly to local Lakewood schools for the tuition deficits that schools face each year for students who cannot afford to attend. Because no matter what, every single student goes to Outdoor Lab because we think it's important and we fight for them. And so through these funds, you help us fight that fight. So thank you so much, and please consider this tonight.
Thank you. Breer, come on down. Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Pam Breyer. I'm the Executive Director of the Action Center, and I want to thank you all for all of the support you've given to the Action Center recently and in years past. We are very grateful for the consideration of the support tonight. I wanted to, the Action Center is celebrating its 50th birthday this year, and we've been around 50 years supporting not only Lakewood, but 20,000 individuals a year across Jefferson County. The request you're considering this evening supports our food rescue program. We, in partnership with, I think it's 8 groceries now, we rescue about 1 million pounds of food this every year and keep that food from ending up in dumpsters, so also supporting your sustainability efforts. And then we distribute that food to those in need in Lakewood and across Jefferson County. So this support is extremely important to us. We're serving so many individuals who have real hardship and a real need to have the grocery and fresh food items that the food rescue program offers. A lot of times when people think of food donations, they're thinking of canned goods, but our food rescue program brings healthy and nutritious fresh food items that everyone is really most excited to receive, and allows them to have healthy meals for their families. So it's fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, milk, meats, eggs, all of the things that you think of when you think of providing quality food and healthy, nutritious meals for your family. So we want to thank you so much for this support and for all the support of all of our programs serving those who are experiencing hardship in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Mayor Pro Tem, would you mind restating your motion?
Mayor Paul, I move for acceptance of the minutes of boards and commissions and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Okay, so I'm going to keep it with Mayor Pro Tem Abel, who's going to speak a little bit. As you may or may not know, Councilor Abel is part of the committee to select these as his role as Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll hand it over to him.
Thank you. A lot of times we think that as public officials we're doing a great deal of good. I hope that's the case, but when we met to divvy up this $100,000, we realized it was way short of the needs in the community, and that these groups that save the lives of kids, that feed the hungry, that save families, that send kids to outdoor lab and they come back young adults, having many of them been away from their parents for the first time ever. When my kids got off that bus, or the buses, when they went after outdoor lab, the transformation was amazing. There is no way that we can match from this dais the good that's done by our community members and organizations. And would that we only had 10 times the amount of money to dole out to these folks who do so much more for our community. So I would implore my colleagues up here to please approve this resolution and applaud the groups that we're going to award the money to, for they do so much for our community that we couldn't do alone.
Councilor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll, of course, be supporting this. I do have a suggestion, however. I think it would be helpful for us if we were given the how the money is going to be earmarked for all of the different entities that are going to be given money, how that money will be spent. And I believe in the past that all of the entities that applied for this money, we had an idea of who they were. I just think that's helpful to know who else is out there. And I certainly don't mean to sound cranky, and please understand the context. And I agreed with it. We as a council approved $100,000 this last year for the Action Center. At some point, I'd like to know if that money has been spent and how it was spent, please. All right, thank you.
Councilor LeBaire?
Well, I just want to echo some of the things that Mayor Pro Tem Abel said. We're really excited to be able to help out in any way that we can, and look forward to supporting this. And I know a lot of you, all these organizations do a lot of great work, and I have some close familiarity with the Action Center and Boys and Girls Club and some of the other ones, and it's just great to see all the great things that all of you do. Also want to mention the Second Wind Fund. You might have a couple of really bad golfers who are up for a game in June, so just keep us in the loop. We'd be happy to join. Thanks.
Councilor Gutwein?
I agree. I just can't thank you all enough for the work that you put in and day out to serve the people in our community who really need it the most. And I think our job as Lakewood City Councilors is to serve the entire community. So I appreciate the way that you help us achieve that. So thank you so much, and I'll be proud to support this. Thanks.
All right, so I'd like to echo a lot of what has been said, but I think it's important just to note and thank the city staff, Mary and her team, who put all of this together, put all the applications, and actually the screening committee does look at the specifics of where these dollars are going to go. And I know that the Action Center would love to come back and have the opportunity to talk to us about those dollars, so we'll invite you back to have that opportunity. But year after year, I'm always impressed at what these folks do with so little, and the fact that government can't be and shouldn't be all to everyone and everything. And so your partnerships really expand the hand of our community to help those in need, whether they're kids or older adults, and provide hunger and sustenance, as well as we have the Kiwanis Club of Lakewood, which is doing incredible projects all over the place and over at different areas. Bear Creek Lake Park is one of them, although I don't know if that's the Lakewood group. I think that's Alameda, but there you go. All right. So I'm always proud to support this. It is a small amount, and I would certainly support more than what has been set aside in the future, and I stand by that year after year. So thank you. I will certainly be supporting you from the dais tonight, and anything else I can do to help your missions in the community. I'm here to do that as well. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations. Thank you for all you do. Will the clerk please read item 11?
Item 11, ordinance O 2019-22, designating the structure located at 1401 Garrison Street, Lakewood, Colorado, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, as a local landmark.
Great. I'll now open the public hearing on ordinance 0-2019-22, and I'll ask our principal planner and liaison to the Historical Preservation Commission, Holly Boehm, to come down and fill us in. Good evening. Welcome.
Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council people. Holly Boehm with Comprehensive Planning and Research. With me tonight, I would like to also introduce the owners and the applicants for the property at 1401 Garrison Street, Michael and Denise Berg, and thank them for their attendance tonight and for their interest in designating their property. Pardon me, going off the hook. Tonight, I am asking Council to approve the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation to designate 1401 Garrison Street as a local landmark. The property before you is a late Victorian home constructed in 1900. It is located on the northwest corner of Garrison and West 14th Avenue, directly north of the Garrison Street Station and just due south of West Colfax Avenue. The property faces Garrison Street, has the main house that was constructed in 1900, a small house addition on the rear that was constructed in 1982, as well as two larger additions, a garage addition on the north side and a carport addition on the west side. The date of these additions is unknown. The backyard also contains a shed as well as an inoperable well. There are a number of identifying features that qualify this home as a late Victorian. The first would be a large tip front roof porch with rusticated stone caps on the half wall. The stone sills on the windows also match the rusticated cap on the half wall. It has a front gable roof with square wood shingles, as well as two cornice returns both on the north and south side of the structure. And the second story contains 2 Queen Anne windows and a Palladian arch. The south-facing side of the home contains a bow window with cylinder roofs, also significant for a late Victorian home. The 2 windows that surround the chimney are the original 2 windows in the home. The rear and north side of the property have the additions, as I mentioned earlier. These additions, although large, do not obstruct some of the original features of the home, which include the gable roof, the cornice returns, and it also has the original window openings on the west and south side of the home. The period of significance for the home is 1900, which was the year it was built. It maintains integrity of location as it is in the same place that the home was originally constructed. It also has integrity of design. Although there have been some alterations to the home, it still maintains enough significance to maintain its design. At a public hearing on March 19th, the Historic Preservation Commission found that it met designation criteria C of the zoning ordinance in that it has sufficient physical integrity to convey architectural significance of a late Victorian home. Notification for this public hearing was met pursuant to the zoning ordinance. Notice was provided to the property owner. Legal notice was published in the city's publication of record, as well as courtesy notice was provided to the Iber neighborhood president. The home is also posted 2 weeks prior to this hearing tonight in accordance with the zoning ordinance. Tonight, I'm asking City Council to approve the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation to designate the structure addressed as 1401 Garrison Street as a local landmark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will now open the public comment period. Nobody has signed up. Mr. Ditson, come on down. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Paul Ditson, President of Iber Neighborhood Association. I'm here to endorse and encourage you all to approve this. We're very excited as an organization to represent a neighborhood that has now 2 historic structures designated, well, potentially 2 if you upon your approval, and another one in process, and we hope many more. So we're very excited by this and fully support this designation.
Great, thank you. Mike and Denise, did you wish to speak? You signed up on the roster, or if not, no worries. You don't need to. We appreciate you being here. All right, I'll close public comment, and I will ask for a motion, then we'll go to council questions and comments, please.
Mayor Paul, I move for adoption of ordinance 219-22 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilor Vincent.
I know everybody will be shocked, but I will definitely be supporting this, okay? And generally overall, what I'd like to do is just really thank the Iber community because they've really stepped up. You had a survey, and folks took their own initiative to look at what was on that survey and then go ahead and put in for historical designation. It's not sometimes the easiest process, and it can go through. But congratulations to you, because nobody else was going to do it. But the ones that have been there and the ones that are in process are the people who are doing it. No other area that I'm aware of has even taken the initiative to go ahead and do these sort of things. So congratulations. And yes, I will be supporting.
Councilor Harrison.
Thank you. I'm very excited about this as well. This is a really fun night. But the other thing that I would love is, Holly, would you review to the public that might be listening, because we don't have historic designations on a regular basis, what does that get a neighborhood, or why is a neighborhood excited about having historic preservation?
Sure. Well, I think there are several reasons why. First is pride in property, and I think that homeowners that designate their property have a sense of value in what the building and the structure can actually relate and bring to the neighborhood. So really a sense of pride in your structure, a sense of pride in the history of the area. The second, for property owners, if it's a private individual, there are state and tax credits available to help with rehabilitation and rehabilitation for structures if they do need to go through any of those. And occasionally there are grants also available to the property owners through the State Historical Fund for rehabilitation purposes. So I think it's a combination of neighborhood pride, bringing forward our preservation program, and honoring our past.
Councilor Johnson?
I, of course, will be supporting this. I've driven by your home thousands of times, and I just want to say thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel?
I second that, Ms. Johnson. The home is beautiful, it's well taken care of, and we appreciate the effort that it takes to apply. I also want to thank the Iber Neighborhood Association, and I understand they have another nominee waiting in the wings, ready to go, and I'll be supporting that application as well. Thank you.
And I would echo that. I want to thank our Historic Preservation Committee as well. They're getting to do some fun things. And you've heard tonight public comment, kind of a snapshot of the new, and here we're honoring the old. And that's what really makes, I think, our community great, is this great mixture. But to honor and to preserve where we came from is always important. I look forward to supporting this. And I want to thank you for taking the time to move this forward. I know it's probably not always easy or fun, but I hope this was a painless experience, and we can now reward you with a 11-0 vote is what I'm going to predict. So with that, do we have a motion?
The motion has been made and seconded.
Okay, motion is second. Please cast your votes. And that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 12 into the record?
Item 12, Ordinance O 2019-20, to rezone land located at 730 Sims Street, Lakewood, Colorado, 80401, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing on Ordinance O 2019-20. I'll ask Senior Planner Kara Mueller to come, and she will present the rezoning case. Is there an applicant presentation?
There is an applicant presentation,
There is, okay.
which would go first.
Okay. So I would then ask, and I apologize, I don't have that. I'd ask the applicant to come forth, and okay, we will wait. Opportune time. Good evening. You're up. That's nothing like a cold start. So welcome. Please introduce yourself.
David Zucker. I live at 1337 Killington Court in Evergreen, Colorado. Sorry to keep everybody waiting. I thought I was going to time it just right. Thanks, Kara. I've had the opportunity to meet many members of the community in the acquisition of 730 Sims, a vacant 178,000 square foot 1978 office building. It's been vacant for more than 10 years. Zocalo Community Development, which is my company, 14-year-old developer of projects, market rate, mixed income, senior market rate, high-end senior housing. A few of the projects that we've been known for are on the screen now. We take care, as we have in our discussions with neighbors here, and fortunate to have, I would count among them friends of Diane Duffy and Robin Braun, and the connections that we have created in the process of this rezoning application from the 178,000 square foot vacant office building to a residential apartment building with 218 units. I know parking is of concern that we've heard. This was, as a former office building, the parking demand is far, far greater. So I believe Dean Dalvett, our architect at EV Studio, that we have 376 parking spaces for 200, just over 200 units. So 1.75 to 1 approximately. The idea of the rezoning is to introduce a residential project back into this formerly office use. An adjacent property, 740 Sims, also currently vacant, where there is I think plans underway to renovate it as office again. Depicted on the screen is the sea of parking, and I say sea of parking. It truly is a significant amount of parking. The goal ultimately would be potentially, and this would trigger a major site plan review, which Kara perhaps will talk about momentarily, the opportunity for a second, condo project in the middle of the parking area. Something that we'd like to be able to work on after renovation of the building. The building is currently 4 stories. We are proposing a 5th story with a nice setback. We would hope to help the aesthetics of this 1970s building by softening the edifice with a 5th floor and setting back. I had mentioned some of the community discussions we've had, and fortunately been introduced to Robin Braun and the Lakewood School of Music in a discussion that we've been having for now several months about incorporating the Lakewood School of Music potentially as a tenant in the future for a portion of the first or of the second floor, accessible to students, and to create opportunities for performing artists in conjunction with the Lakewood School of Music, and potentially offering a studio and performance space for others as well. So that was a very quick summary. I hope to be able to start our project, by the way, in October. It's been a really good set of discussions with the city planning staff as well as neighbors, and we look forward to having our very first project in Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And if you want, there's an opening at the table there if you'd like to grab a seat, or if you were running out to use the restroom, you're more than welcome to go do that too. But there may be some questions, so I'll now turn it over to Ms. Mueller. Good evening.
Hello, members of council. My name is Kara Mueller, and with the Planning and Development Assistance Division here for the City of Lakewood. And I'm here today to present the rezoning case RZ 18006 for 730 Sim Street. The proposed request before you this evening is to rezone the property at 730 Sim Street from commercial regional CR to mixed-use residential suburban, the MRS zone district. The applicant, as previously stated, is proposing to convert the existing office building into multifamily units with the potential of a secondary condominium building in the future. The process for a rezoning proposal begins with a pre-planning application, followed by a neighborhood meeting. In this case, there were 2 neighborhood meetings. Then a formal application can be made for rezoning once the applicant has reached out to the neighborhoods and had discussion on the proposed zoning and land uses. There then is a planning commission meeting, which has occurred, and then the final decision is made by council, yourselves, at the secondary meeting, or public hearing, which is this evening. If approved, the conversion of the building would actually be minor site plan with building permits, and any future development on the site for any new structure would require a major site plan process. So the site is indicated here in yellow. It is to the east of Sims Street, south of West 8th Avenue, and north of West 6th Avenue and Lakewood Fordland. Directly to the east is 740 Sims, which is another vacant office building that is in the same area of topography. The total land area is approximately 6.1 acres. And this property in particular is located within the U.S. Frontage Road Community Activity Area. The existing zoning is CR, and that is what it is surrounded by contiguously, shown here on the slide. When you go to the west side of Sims Street, it does change to a mixed-use general suburban, as well as north of West 8th Avenue. The intent of the mixed-use residential suburban district is to allow for compact multifamily residential development with a variety of densities. This district can also allow for some office and retail use. Those would need to be integrated within a residential development. As a comparison of the existing zoning and the proposed zoning, as you can see here on the chart, all the items highlighted in red are the differences between the allowed use. In the existing zoning, there's a myriad of uses that are over and above that allowed within the mixed-use residential suburban. The primary difference between the two is the multifamily use. Currently, that is not allowed under the current zoning of CR, but it is allowed within the MRS zone district. And we'll get to some of the neighborhood meeting conversations that did occur as far as the choice of the actual zone district. The primary dimensional standards difference are height and open space. 90 feet within the current zone district. You can build up to 60 feet in the proposed zone district. Minimum open space requirement is 20%. It goes up by 5% with the residential use in the mixed-use residential suburban. The conceptual land use plan is a document that is required for any rezoning application, and it's basically to show land use, surrounding uses, and context of the site itself. As you can see here, the proposed site is within the U.S. Frontage Road Community Activity Area. It is north of the Union Boulevard and Federal Center growth areas. The difference there being that growth areas are where you want to see the highest density of residential, also the greatest retail and office uses. When you go to the community activity areas, you're still looking at that higher density of residential, but it may be a little bit more community oriented as far as that retail and office use. Also to be noted, there is the neighborhood activity area that is along the west side of Sims Street. And that also kind of overlaps a little bit into this area. So we have a large convergence of a lot of the growth areas and community activity areas happening on this site. Also to be noted is that this site is within approximately a mile of 2 light rail stations. It also is not contiguous to any stable neighborhoods or single-family neighborhoods, making this a prime site for not only a reuse of a building for sustainable purposes, but also for a good location for multifamily that would not directly affect a lower density residential area. This is some of the site context. Here you're looking to the north, and you can see the building to the east there, and that is Union Boulevard. Topography on this site, by the way, does drop from the southeast to the northwest corner of the site, making it a little bit taller when you're on that Sims Street side, as you can see by the windows here, as they kind of progress to the west. This is looking out, you can see the mountains in the background, but also this is looking toward that MGS zoning that is on the west side of the street, which has a myriad of office, service uses, and retail. This is looking at the parking area between 730 Sims as well as 740 Sims. This is looking toward the east from the parking lot, and this is the 740 Sim Street building. And this is if you come down the access road to West 8th Avenue, and you're down on the lower corner there, just kind of looking up, you can see that there's a big topographical change between West 8th Avenue and these buildings that are up on top. Public improvements and access, pretty much there's existing access points to the site that would remain. Pedestrian sidewalks are in place along the Sim Street corridor. Any alteration or major site plan that could come in the future with this site, we would be looking at detention water quality and any other changes that would be necessary to make sure that historic flows and everything were handled on the site. So for the neighborhood meetings, we did hold 2 neighborhood meetings. We held one on July 24th, and then we held another one on July 26th. We had heard from some of the neighborhood organizations that Jefferson County actually had a neighborhood meeting for a rezoning request south of Colfax and the First Bank headquarters, and that conflicted with that first July 24th meeting. We had heard this a little bit after the original notice went out, so rather than cancel a meeting that some folks may want to come to, we went ahead and sent a secondary notice, a courtesy notice, saying we're going to go ahead and hold 2 neighborhood meetings that week. And the applicant was obliging on that, and we appreciate it. A lot of the items that were discussed there are density, height, and open space, traffic generation, always a big one for rezonings, and then the zone district and the allowed uses. Originally, when we took a look at the site, we looked at the mixed-use general suburban, which is what is contiguous across Sim Street. From the first neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of discussion on that provides less open space, that allows for heights to remain similar to the CR zone district. We would rather have a zone district that's more tailored toward the use that they want to use on the site, so let's look at a residential district. That would either leave residential multifamily or the MRS, which allowed for the height that could actually work for the existing building and the potential of the additional floor. So after a discussion on that with the first meeting, we led pretty much with the second meeting saying this was the discussion we had at the first meeting. What are your thoughts on that? And that pretty much was the direction that the folks at the secondary meeting would like to go as well. There was a comment made on Lakewood Speaks as to protocol as far as sending notices, holding neighborhood meetings, and there are 3 components for that. It is at the discretion of the director. However, there are a few items. If the applicant has sufficiently solicited input from neighbors on how the project interacts with the surrounding area, then we should not need to hold another meeting. If the applicant is proposing new or modified components of the formal application that were not discussed at the required neighborhood meeting, there hadn't been a formal application yet on this. We did what you're supposed to use neighborhood meetings for. We had discussion. We came up with the MRS zone district, working with the neighbors as well as a couple of the largest neighborhood organizations. And the applicant should be commended for working with them and continuing to do that throughout the process. The notice that did go out, the courtesy notice for the secondary meeting, still did list CR to MGS because at that time we didn't want to be too confusing. We just wanted to get people to come out to the meeting and have the discussions. The third item, if a significant amount of time has passed from the required neighborhood meeting, yes, there's been obviously some time, but the applicant has continued to work informally with anybody who has any questions. So we did not feel that they needed to reach back out on that. So public notification requirements, mailing, posting the site, publication in your hub, as well as responding to public correspondence. Those have been met per the zoning ordinance. There were several outside referral agencies. This went to 7 agencies, and we did not have any objections for the rezoning request. So in order to review a rezoning application, there are 3 primary criteria: the conformance with the intent of the zoning ordinance, compatible with surrounding land uses or land uses envisioned in the comprehensive plan, And is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? So the intent of the zoning ordinance, one of the primary ones, is does it promote health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Lakewood? Yes, we do believe reuse of a building, providing multifamily where it is not adjacent to a stable neighborhood, having the sidewalks already in place, having accessibility. This is already in place, and that this reuse of the property and building should not make a major change from the office use that exists today. It's orderly development through a public process, which is why the rezoning process is our most public process. You're asking for a use change. We believe that they have met the ordinance requirements, and it fills a need for housing for a growing population. As we know, the Metro Denver area is growing substantially as far as housing needs, and to reuse a building for this purpose is good. And then once again, that's sustainable development through reuse of a building. Compatibility with the MRS, it is compatible with the surrounding land uses, not only in building form, but the uses that are there. We have primarily office uses with a little bit of retail to the north. You've got the retail and office as well to the east, the south, and to the west. This not only provides for that higher density residential, for that community planning area, but it also has the ability, if desired, to provide some retail and office component as well. We also feel that having eyes on property for a 24/7 surveillance, which is what you get when you have residential, is important as well. Lakewood Comprehensive Plan, that's our primary guiding tool, and very important when you're looking at rezoning applications. Once again, the demographics of Lakewood illustrate that growing population, not only as evidenced in the numbers of the comprehensive plan, but this results in the need for that additional housing accommodation. Consistency with the comprehensive plan. The proposed zoning allows for rehabilitation of an inefficient building that's been underutilized for a decade or more. Redevelopment of this site will not only invigorate this site, but it'll also help out that portion of the Sim Street corridor and provide additional customers for those neighborhood activity areas. And again, the sustainable ability to adapt a building. Therefore, staff finds that this rezoning application does meet the requirements for conformance with the intent of the zoning ordinance, compatible with surrounding land uses and land uses envisioned in the comprehensive plan, and consistency with the comprehensive plan. Therefore, the Planning Commission did recommend at a public hearing for the City Council to approve this rezoning case. Thank you, and I'll be available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. All right, I'll now open the public hearing. Nobody has indicated a desire to speak. Ms. Duffy, come on down. I was curious. However, we did see your letter submitted, so I wasn't sure. And if anybody else, if you'd like, please just stop by and see Ms. Greer. Good evening.
Diane Duffy speaking on behalf of Daniels Welchester Association. The developer did approach Daniels Welchester. He absolutely attended our annual meeting where we had probably 75, 80 people, presented the project to the neighborhood. The neighborhood, I have to say, was very pleased. Reusing a building like this is important for our city, not just building bright, shiny new and squeezing it into every vacant spot. This building has been vacant for well over 10 years. It makes our neighborhood look bad to have something vacant that long. And we feel that putting residential there, it may not be the perfect place, but we feel it brings some of those residents that would otherwise wind up on the Union Corridor, which we understand is so crowded, bringing them just a little bit north where they're still by the light rail, and leaving some of the Union Corridor for the mixed use. The developer did then attend. He listened to our comments at the neighborhood meeting, downzoned it to the new zoning, which we were very pleased, added some other things, and then he's been attending our quarterly meetings to keep us updated. He did seem open to adding something for the community, and that's when I introduced him to Robin Braun, who's here this evening, from Lakewood School of Music, and he's looking at putting in a facility on the first floor for the students that she teaches. And there's other teachers that work with her. And then having recital space for those students. I think that will be very important for our neighborhood. I think this will be a good addition. So I hope you approve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Braun, I imagine you wish to speak. Just there is fine, yeah. If you want to stop back by on your way back up, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. I found that Mr. Zucker was so respectful of all of the neighborhoods by putting both of the meetings together. But what struck me is I'm not a big proponent of mixed use, but if there is a good place for it, this would be the poster child. It is absolutely the perfect spot. Again, reusing sustainability with a building that already exists, and making it something special, not only for the residents, but for the community as well. And I'm very, very excited to be a part of it. So thank you so much, Mr. Zucker. And thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, I'll close public comment. Mayor Pro Tem Abel has a disclosure he'd like to make.
Yes, I met with Mr. Zucker and his team in advance of the neighborhood meetings. It was a pre-application meeting at which until the application is formally filed, there is no quasi-judicial duty on the part of council. But out of respect for what would come up at this meeting and the introduction of quasi-judicial, the ground rules were that we would discuss Mr. Zucker's track record and general philosophy as a developer and his commitment to the community. Because those conditions and the fact that we didn't discuss the specifics of this project or the rezoning that would be requested, I feel comfortable in making a decision without feeling that I have been influenced by the previous meeting. I have other comments to make, but I will stand in line for those.
Thank you, sir. I can actually go back to you as the Ward 1 council member. Let me just first remind council, if you want to review the review criteria, you can find it in your packet. And that is a conformance with standards for the rezoning. The proposed rezoning promotes the purposes of the zoning ordinance, and then the proposed rezoning is compatible with existing. The proposed rezoning meets at least one of the following, and those are listed. So that's kind of our legal guide that will help, I hope, guide the conversation. And I'll go back to Mayor Pro Tem Abel, and we'll begin our discussion.
Thank you. In that previous meeting, I was very impressed by the team's commitment to their future residents. They don't just come in and build a project, rent it out, and leave. They have concern about the residents and what those residents will experience in the future. Again, I was very impressed with the community commitment that Mr. Zucker and his team make. I did have some concerns about the appearance of the building. It is not now what I would describe as an architectural gem. And it is the concept that Mr. Zucker showed us is very impressive. I am a fan of mixed use, and it is has been unusual that a multifamily residence applied for in the mixed use areas actually provides plans or a concept of mixed use, and this does. not only a mixed use that would meet the criteria, but one that meets that community commitment that Mr. Zucker and his team spoke to. Ordinarily, and I have in the past, expressed concern about a neighborhood meeting conducted under the guise of one zoning district classification and being substituted for another. However, at both the neighborhood meetings, the alternative zoning was discussed. And then later, in the annual meeting of Daniels Welchester, it was gone over again, and quite in detail, according to Ms. Duffy. I see a lot of upside with this project and very little downside. So I will be voting in favor of it, and I appreciate the commitment that the developer has made, and I welcome them to our community.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I too was invited to meet with you, but I declined, and I just want to get that out there. Frankly, you are the poster child for what a developer should be. I have heard very little about this because it's been quasi-judicial. I have frankly stayed out of it. But I know that you have worked with the community, and they certainly appreciate all that you've done for them. So I want to thank you. I do have some questions and some thoughts, however. This area of Lakewood does have a lot of high density. And we heard earlier tonight about the Point, which is not that far away. My husband and I drove around this area quite extensively. We drove on site, and then we went east and then behind 740 Sims to 8th Avenue. A couple things. There is the Quail Street build-out, which is really not that far. There's Beacon Hill that is down Union, which has actually created a lot of angst within the community. There is the Target build-out, and within a mile's radius of that, there have been 1,000 new apartments. Now that's been about 8 months ago. And tonight we also heard about the Point. Earlier today, all of us received a document from Jay talking about multifamily units. And I think it's very impressive what was sent out. Let me just briefly, so that all of you who don't have access to this know what we received. It starts in 2010 and then it goes to 2019. But it talks about single family dwelling units and multifamily dwelling units. And let me just start here with 2010 just a little bit. Single family, we had 98 units, and multifamily, 96. In 01, it was similar. In 012, interestingly enough, we had 168 single family and 0 multifamily units. I don't understand what happened that year. And then in 13, it got interesting again. We had 219 single family and 52 multifamily. Well, then things really start to change. In 2015, 173 single family, and then 583 multifamily. In 16, 210 single, and then 726 multifamily. In 17 was kind of even, basically, 174 and 182. And then in 18, which is interesting, 216 single family and 962 multifamily. So obviously this community has been supportive of multifamily type units. I guess one of the things that I would really like to know, if somebody has some answers for me, what are the vacancy rates in some of these places, particularly up and down the Union Corridor, there on Colfax at Quayle Street. If we are going to be building another apartment house, what are the vacancy rates of the ones that are adjacent? I'm not sure how that information is out there. Also, as we saw even on your map, Kara, everything surrounding this area is commercial. And when we talk about access to the light rail station, walking to the Quayle Street station isn't that bad, really. But if somebody were to try and go to the Federal Station, that is a whole different can of worms. And in these documents, I saw where there was a suggestion of a roundabout at 8th and Sims, and that probably isn't the best area for that, or to put a U-turn in at 8th and Sims. If you take the 6th Avenue frontage road, in order to go south on Sims, you actually have to make it either. I've never made a U-turn. I've always gone into, I don't know if they're legal. You always have to go, or I go into the little shopette there and then turn around. I am very concerned with voting for something that is zoned when we don't really have the transportation and the traffic nailed down. Now, when we went on the east side of 740 Sims and got onto 8th, as you know, it's a right turn only. And frankly, there's no way to make that a left turn. It's by the light rail and there's a median there. I am really not at all easy with the traffic situation that this is going to generate. I'd just like to have that addressed. Also, do we have any idea about the number of accidents over at 8th and Sims? And if people that have made U-turns, you know, how that has affected that. We've got a situation over on Wadsworth where people are doing a lot more U-turns based on CDOT's build-out prior to that intersection. And frankly, it's created some near accidents over there. We're told that you're looking at condos. You know, would that be converted to apartments, a for rent unit? My concern is, frankly, is that when we have a corridor like this with as many for rent units, people are transient and they don't have the same buy-in to this community. They're not going to stay that long. I have trouble with that. You know, on page 59 of our information, it said that the demographics of Lakewood illustrate a growing population as evidenced in the comprehensive plan. How was that determined? How do we know what our population is going to be? I'm not real sure how we're figuring out how many people are even going to move here. And I'm not sure, why is it necessary to build a 5th story? That was never actually said. When I was reading the documents for tonight, it was very comprehensive. And there was a great deal regarding 740 Sims. And as you said, it's also vacant. It did not sound like there was a lot of communication there with the people that owned that structure. And certainly if this is rezoned, apparently will change the parking access and that obligation or that document. Please understand, I've got friends here and this is very difficult to be asking these questions, but I feel that I need to.
We start getting some answers to those and we'll start unpacking those. So I have a traffic question that has to do with access on Union and 8th. We have a population question as to kind of the demographics that was pulled off page 59. And then the question about the 5th story, as well as your desire to build condos versus a transition. So we'll unpack those to start.
Let me just also say on page 92, regarding a traffic study, it says they're typically provided with the packet, but it wasn't provided in this one. And was that ever even requested, a traffic impact study? Yeah, I've got a lot of concerns and frankly a lot of questions. Please help me out.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Let's go ahead and start with the traffic. So a few items, I'll just summarize kind of your questions, and then I'm going to have Ms. Bishop with Transportation Engineering come up and help us out with those responses. She was also at the Planning Commission meeting and should be able to help you with those. The first is some of the access that you've mentioned in the neighborhood minutes. There's a lot of discussion on the U-turn that exists at 8th, as you have said, when you're going westbound on 6th. How do you get southbound? You actually do need to go down or do a turn within an area. The closest location that on the street you can do a turnaround is going to be that U-turn that exists legally currently at 8th. But I'll let Ms. Bishop speak a little bit more toward that. There was discussion of potentially a future Quail and 8th turnaround or roundabout, pardon me, and the reason for that is because there is that median when you come off there, and because of the proximity to the light rails tracks, that's not going to change. The other way is to go around the block, but I'll let her speak a little more toward that as well. And then I believe we can touch on demographics. Let me just pull up that page. And then the 5th floor and access and parking, I'll let the applicant speak to that. So if we can first start with Ms. Bishop.
Please. Good evening, welcome. We didn't want you to have to sit there quiet all night.
Good evening, councilors. My name's Tony Bishop. I'm with the City of Lakewood Transportation Division. Excuse me. There was a traffic study provided by the applicant. It was approved by the city under the current configuration that they were utilizing the existing building. It compared the existing potential trip generation of an existing office use at full usage, and it compared it with the proposed usage of this density of multifamily residential. It was approved again by us. If it should be, if the site plan should be revised, we would perhaps require a revised traffic study to be reviewed. The existing access points are not to be modified with this proposal. It would allow for right-in, right-out only on Sims and the cross-access on 8th. For the U-turns, it is an existing allowed use, or existing allowed movement for the U-turn at 8th and Sims. It has not been reported as a high incident issue. If we do review that data, what we do also look at is to restrict potentially right turn movements from the coming off of 8th Avenue. But at this point, we do not have a high incidence of accidents pertaining to U-turns at that location. But we'll always look. We'll always keep our eyes open. That was something that the traffic study did refer to as saying the southbound movements for this location, whether it be office or for multifamily, is difficult. It's not going to be modified with this proposal at this time. And the trip generation from this proposed use as compared to the existing office use is a reduced rate of trips.
The residential use is reduced from the office.
Yes.
I have a question on that. Since the building has been vacant for 10 years,
Mhm.
do you have any data what it was like when it was an office building, and was it fully occupied at that point?
I don't have the occupancy data for that. The proposed trips are based on ITE trip generation manual, you know, the traffic books. But for multifamily or for office of this square footage would be approximately 800 trips per day, 1,800 trips per day, versus a proposal of this square footage, which is about 1,200 trips a day. So it's a reduction in 500-700 trips a
If
day.
my memory serves me right, it was not fully occupied.
Yeah.
But I could be mistaken.
Well, these studies are always based on the conservative numbers. They will be at the highest rate, not necessarily. They may show some trip generation of what's going on out there now, but knowing it's not fully used, you're not always getting the right picture. So it goes with a very conservative base.
Thank you. And maybe if you want to take a seat, that might be easier in case there's more traffic questions, but I'll turn it back over to Ms. Mueller to address the other. Then we'll hear from Mr. Zucker on the 5th story as well as the condo V apartment.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. The question on demographics and increased demographics as indicated in the Lakewood Comprehensive Plan. Chapter 2, page 14, pardon me, actually page 12 of the demographics. Basically, a lot of this information is pulled from the U.S. Census, and this is according to the 2013 U.S. Census Bureau population estimates, which would have been the latest census obviously done, and they're coming out now again and starting to collect numbers all over. This would show that in 2010, actually in 2000 to 2010, we actually had a little bit of a decrease, which is interesting. But in 2010, we had 142,980 people who had resided within the city of Lakewood. As of the 2013 U.S. Census, it was already up a little under 5,000 at 147,214. And with the increases from the Denver metropolitan area and the numbers coming in from DRCOG and various other places, they are showing that there are a lot of residents moving into the Denver metropolitan area, and we have to assume that quite a few of those will end up in this municipality as a directly adjacent municipality to the Denver area. It's not just us, it'll be the fair share pretty much of Arvada, Wheat Ridge, everybody else in the surrounding area, Aurora. You can go pretty much all the way around that particular area, and we will have an increase. Interestingly enough, the numbers that were listed for single family and multifamily, because this is the first time that I'm seeing those, I can tell you a lot of the single family are from the Solterra development, looking at the years and about the numbers that are coming through there. A majority of the other single family ones are spread across the remainder of Lakewood. As far as multifamily, we would just need to take a look, but I think on average, a lot of the multifamily projects that we're seeing are anywhere from 200 to 300 in a location in particular.
Kara, do you have any idea regarding vacancy rates in that corridor?
I do not, but I can get that information from you. I know that we've made some phone calls. Some of them are newer projects, and try to keep up with where they are on vacancy rates. But as far as just pulling that whole corridor area, maybe the Union corridor that's being looked at currently, for neighborhood planning. Maybe looking at the projects within that area and getting some new vacancy rates would be something that we can put some phone calls in for.
That would be helpful for me.
And I would echo, I'm not quite sure certainly if that's criteria for a rezone in this matter. And secondly, a lot of these questions I think or would hope could have been answered ahead of time as we've, had this opportunity. So Mr. Zucker, could you please address the question about condos and the 5th story, please?
Certainly. Thank you for the questions. And if I may go to a couple of the other questions, the building had been 100% occupied by a government use. I believe it was the U.S. Forest Service, I believe. I believe that that's the case.
Workforce, I thought it was.
Workforce.
Jeff County Workforce was there the last time.
It was, the owner was looking for a single user as he had, as the building had been. So I believe that it was 100% occupied, but obviously I was wrong on the tenant, so I might be wrong on the percentage occupancy. The occupancy in Western Lakewood and metro area really those occupancy lines are relatively consistent of 93, 94% occupancy throughout the neighborhood community, as well as the metro area. So there's really, it's not frictional vacancy, just the difference between people moving in and people moving out. But that's a highly functioning market, whereas office might be 14, 15, 18% vacancy. This is half that vacancy for multifamily. The idea of condo, and I completely recognize and understand your thought of the transiency of residential versus for sale. Zocalo is relatively unique. My company is relatively unique since we have built condo projects as well as multifamily rental. And it's two very different, obviously, it's two very different marketing and sales processes. One we own for the long term, which we like. One we create home ownership, which we also like. In this case, the building we felt was simply too large to build 170, 80, 200 units of condos and be able to sell them successfully. That's why we liked the idea and talked extensively with the neighborhood of potentially a smaller condo pad that's in the middle of the parking as a potential second project. So that we're mixing rental with for sale. And the idea of the 5th floor really was that one of the reasons that the building had, I think, languished so far is it's got a significant, almost like a city block-sized floor plate to it. So there's not a lot of light in the middle of the building, whether it was a multifamily or office. So the idea that we had is that we will chunk out, and we would take out a section of the middle of the building from 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st floors. And in so doing, we're in some ways replacing that square footage lost because of creating a hole in the donut and putting that on the 5th floor. There was also an aesthetic desire that we had to soften the look as well. So we already had lots and lots of parking, way more than we would ever need. We had water taps, sewer taps, the building elevators, 4 elevators, so it was a stout set of infrastructure. So replacing the square footage that we lost in the donut by building up on the 5th floor seemed to have functional as well as aesthetic benefits.
Could you please speak to the dialogue and communication with, I believe it's Mr. Ernst with
That's
740 Sims?
Yeah, I think, and thank you for raising that as well. Obviously, our history, current as well as older, in this project and beyond, is that we'll seek out and talk to anybody that has concerns about the project. I was meeting consistently with Chris Ernst, who is the manager and the manager's or the agent of the owner, and I would consider him, he and I, to be pretty friendly at this point. I think that there was a concern that the out-of-state owners had, 2 gentlemen that are on the East Coast, about what it is that the potential for change of zoning and if there would be a diminishing of value. And so I don't think that they were very focused on the concept of the conversion to multifamily rental. You had mentioned that there would be a change in access. That's not allowed. We have to adhere to an easement that is there forever, which from 8th Avenue, from Sims through the middle of the property to their front door and south and around, there is an easement, and that stays no matter what the use is. I've gotten together many times with, I should say many times, probably 4, 5, or 6 times with Chris Ernst, most recently with the owner's attorney as well. We got together about 3 weeks ago. And what I understood, and there may not be a letter to this effect, but what I understood is that they're going to withdraw their caution and resistance to the zoning change. So I believe that I have calmed the owner's concerns, but I don't know anything more than that. All I know is that I've reached out to Chris, and we've had good dialogue.
But that letter is not available at this time.
If there is no letter in the file, then I don't know the status.
And going around that building to 8th, again, it's only a right turn.
That's right.
So that really doesn't help access to Sims. You're going to have to go around the block, or I'm not sure.
That's right. And I think consider this though. They're rough math, in full occupancy, that 178,000 square foot existing building with one person per 250 square feet, there'd be somewhere between 700 and 850 office tenants in that building on any day, assuming 100% occupancy. If we're considering a residential project, that's somewhere with 218 units, it's somewhere around 350 residents or users of that space. So it's probably somewhere less than half the number of users on a daily basis, multifamily versus office. So I'm not saying that we don't have any issues on access. Generally, I think that when a resident finds the way to get in and out that suits their direction, all they need to do is get it once, and then they'll redo it and redo it and redo it. I think office is a little bit tougher because there are lots of guests to the office. Tenants come, tenants go. Employees come, employees go. So I think that it's a little bit tougher transportation challenges perhaps for office than for multifamily. Get them there once and they'll figure their way. And simply it's just far fewer cars and far fewer people in multifamily.
Well, you're right. Office vacancy rates are going up. I guess more people are working out of their homes. That's probably part of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to go to Councilor Harrison, then Franks, then Skilling, then Gutwein.
Thank you. Excellent presentation on both sides. And I agree with previous comments. This is a wonderful use of an existing building. And thank you very much for the commitment to the Lakewood public to do that. I think this question needs to go to planning. With the discussion about the multifamily and the proposed, or not proposed, possible townhouses that would be built, if we approve this rezone the way it sits today, does that give them the automatic ability with site plan, et cetera, to come in and do the townhouses?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Harrison. Yes, the mixed-use residential suburban district would allow for multifamily townhome development, or in this particular case, I think they wanted to do condos, which would be similar to multifamily, but it would be owner-occupied. It would allow that, and so what they would need to do is, at the time of formal application, they would have to come in with a pre-planning application. Then it would more than likely be a major site plan with any associated engineering that may need to be submitted for the development of an additional building on the site. At that time, whatever zoning ordinance laws are in place, that is what would be utilized to evaluate that major site plan.
Okay, thank you. And second question would be, I want to make sure I'm looking at, and I don't see the page number on here, but I'm looking at the traffic pattern that they could go, theoretically, they could go out to the east, catch access to 8th Avenue, then go up and catch the light and then turn south. That would actually probably be a safer route than trying to do the dipsy-doo-doo U-turn and hope and pray there's not traffic. So that would be the route that I would take. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but any idea? No, I won't ask that. I will say this is an excellent use. Thank you.
Councilor Franks?
Thanks. I definitely appreciated the thorough presentation and really loved the community engagement. As a sustainability person, love repurposing. I wanted to make sure I had outreach from a constituent late this afternoon, and I pointed him to the website about the major site plan change. And I wanted to make sure that I had explained it to them right, that if they don't ask for it now and it's not approved at the beginning, they would do a formal application for that change. It would go through our planning director for review, and then it would go to the planning commission. Is that right? I just want to make sure that I pointed them to the right page in the in our guide code.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Franks. To summarize, if they move forward with a condominium building or an additional project on the property, it would be an administrative review process. It does not need to, at this time, go to Planning Commission. If, of course, there is some kind of change to process prior to there being a formal application, whatever the zoning ordinance is in place at that time and the process is, that would be the ones that they would need to follow at the time of formal application. Today, major site plan would be an administrative review if they come forward with a use by right. That would be under the MRS if you approve the zoning.
Gotcha. So maybe what I gave them was the major waiver section, so slightly different. That's why I wanted to ask it on camera since they're watching, and certainly, so thank you for clarifying that. I really do appreciate that. How would that impact the parking? Would they be required to, at the time, if we adjust parking rules and ratios, which one would apply? The ones in place now, you'd kind of get grandfathered in, or would the new ones, if there is new ones to be forthcoming, which one would apply to that change?
With the new addition at the time of major site plan, it would be whatever the parking is that's in place. We will have to take a look at the balance between the existing at the time of this approval, at the time of building permit for the conversion, and then on top of that, meeting whatever the requirements are for the new project. So they may take up some of the parking spaces, they may have underground parking or at-level parking. That'll be something they will have to prove to us.
Gotcha. Thank you. Just had a couple of constituents that wanted to make sure to get some comments out there. A couple folks have reached out to me to make sure that I was aware that they prefer to rent. I mean, obviously, I come from a time when we wanted to invest in that, and it lets them go as they please. They're not responsible for maintenance. They get services. So I did just want to kind of balance that with the fact that certainly we love, when we have for sale, but I did want to make sure that there is a segment of our community that really prefers that sort of option on that. And then another big thing that I just wanted to point out is the eyes 24/7 on a property. So those were things that folks reached out to me late, and I didn't get a chance to put any questions in on those. And thanks for the clarification on the zone area.
So I have Councilor Skilling, Gutwein, LeBeer, and Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
In the slide presentation, I believe in one of the first slides it said 25% open space on this project. But I need some clarity on that. The March 25th revisions that we made, a single-use RMF project would have to abide by the single-use RMF standards, which in this case would be 30% in this particular zone. Am I correct on that?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Skilling. For a major site plan application, yes, it would have to go by the formal application in place. If this is 20% or less of a site change or a building square footage change or combination thereof, then it would be a minor site plan and it would be through the building permit process. So it would not trigger any of the new requirements, but they would be looking at putting the 25% and verifying that piece. With the future project, they would then need to increase it up to the 30 for the overall site.
Okay, I don't think I'm following. So they're doing a rezoning now into so that they have a CR zoning right now. They have no mixed use zoning. If we approve this tonight, they're now mixed use, starting tonight. The mixed use rules that we have in place as of March 25th go forward 30 days, so April 25th or somewhere thereabouts. Now, if they do a project that is just a single use, they would have to do 30%. So I don't know where we're getting into the site plans. It would be 30%, correct?
If they're building a new building or changing something, and they've got an existing building with an existing site, so we don't make them dig up the whole site unless they're impacting more than 20% of the site.
Got it. So what's different in this case is it's an existing building and not a greenfield development.
Yes, you are correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the time that you've put in with the community. That makes things a lot easier for us when we have community support and neighborhood support. Also want to thank the neighborhood for the time that you put in as well to make this project a success. As was echoed before, seeing the reuse of a building that's just really exciting to see that happen. So appreciate that. And let's see here. Oh, and I was just going to say, the demand is well documented, certainly, in the area. And so for all of those reasons, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilor LeBear.
I had a similar question to what Councilor Skilling mentioned, which is just, since this is a rehab, and I've never really experienced something like this with a rezone, are they also required to do the updated building codes and sustainability elements?
Thank you for the question, Councilor LeBear. Yes, any kind of building permit that comes forward, they're going to have to meet whatever the current building code is, and that's going to incorporate the sustainability items that were incorporated with the last round.
Okay, great. And then just a comment with this being lower height maximums, more open space, more flexible zoning, more housing diversity, getting rid of an abandoned building, and ample parking. Just let us know when you want to come build in Ward 2. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel has a question, and then I'm going to ask him to make a motion, please.
More of an observation. I would remind my colleagues that we handled a similar case at 1650 Kipling Street. And we were promised that this is what was going to go there, and the neighbors were promised that that's what was going to go there. It was to be townhomes, only 15 townhomes. We're not voting on this project as promised. We're voting on a rezoning that would allow any transfer and ownership, or even the same developer, to take advantage of our generous menu of use by right projects, and it will not necessarily turn out to be what this is. I have confidence in Mr. Zucker, but I want to issue that caveat. What was promised to the neighbors at 1650 Kipling is now on the market for a wide range of possibilities. So just putting that out there for your thoughts, and perhaps there is a method by which we could guarantee this. I guess that's a question for Mr. Cox.
You're exactly right about the process of approval that we're going through tonight. When you're changing zoning to a zone district, you have that menu of uses available that are available after approval, just as any other would be, including the one that's been discussed. The conceptual site plan is a required submittal in this process. So that's where you get the idea initially of what it's going to look like if this is what's built. And you've heard from the developer indicating that's the plan for the site. But we frequently do a little disclaimer before these hearings to remind everybody. We've had some hearings in years past where the subject of discussion turned out to be the who, not the what, where it was who's going to develop it, and you had people testifying in favor of a developer who's done a good job in the community, and we like the product, and we support this. And we have to remind everybody it may not be that product, may not be that developer when it's built. And then you get the flip side too, that people complaining about a developer or builder who hasn't done such a hot job, and that also is not the question before you. Can it be guaranteed to provide this use as described at this site and no others? We've had some inquiries about that kind of a process. We've had some variations on the theme. It's not something that's been done to take a straight zone district like this and say, we're going to make the developer commit to this project and this density and so on and so forth. That's historically been done through the plan development process. But there is a sort of a trend, I'd say, towards that kind of proposal where there's neighborhood support for one use but not another. And it's something that we're looking at on a case-by-case basis to see how and whether it can be done in a given case. That wasn't part of the discussion for this application tonight.
I believe we did deal with it in one project that was similar over at Quincy and Wadsworth, and a deed restriction was the answer.
Quincy and Wadsworth. Yeah,
Jewel and
that was there were 3 residential units or lots there that were rezoned to mixed use, and the neighborhood and the developer did come to some agreement on deed restrictions. It remains to be seen whether that works. That there's been no development of that property and no proposals to develop that property. So we are looking at maybe other ways to tackle this.
That will come too late for this project, but I guess we trust and then verify. Thank you. Mayor Paul, I move for adoption of ordinance O-219-20 on second and final reading based on the finding of fact from the Planning Commission.
Second.
March 20th, 2019. Was that premature?
No, it's not. There's a motion and a second. Counselor Johnson.
Light on, and it's
Yeah,
been on.
a motion and a second. Now we have discussion. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Sir, you are truly the kind of a developer that I love to see come into this city. You've obviously gone the extra road to work with people. I just find that very admirable, and I respect that. And it's hard to see a building remain vacant that's been vacant for so long. So my vote doesn't reflect your integrity, because it just doesn't. I believe you're to be a good person. It's hard for me to change a zoning designation from commercial to residential, particularly when everything surrounding it is commercial. It's, I've already got a lot of concerns about the density in that area, as I stated, with all of the other apartment houses. The Target build out, Quail, the Beacon Street, we've got issues now with Point Athletic Club. And to me, the traffic is very unsettling. and what's going to happen there at 8th and Sims. I can't support it, not because I don't think that you're the right person, but I'm just concerned about some things that to me don't feel like they're settled. Thank you.
So I would just say that I appreciate everybody's participation. I really appreciate the neighborhood and Ms. Duffy and her crew. If they certainly say they're on board with something, that means that they've done their homework and spent a lot of time and energy to ensure that they feel this is a good choice for them and their neighbors. And I don't think that can be dismissed by any means. And so I certainly realize too, this building has been vacant. And when you hear that based upon what your flows were and could be if it was reinvigorated as a office use would be an increase to what you're proposing, I think that lends itself to some of the traffic concerns. And then also, you know, in that area, it is a vibrant business and residential corridor now with light rail access. And when you compare that to the comp plan, it really shows that that's the area that the community has said they want to see that growth and to continue to add opportunities for people who live or who work in that corridor is incredibly important. If you work at St. Anthony Hospital, if you work at Tarumo, you work at any of those businesses, the GSA over at the Federal Center, there's 12,000 jobs, right? And so to offer that opportunity, I think is incredibly important, and that can help us with traffic and some of the other issues that we've been trying to address. And I also want to say, you know, I think it's almost fair to say everybody in this room, I've done this before, you know, you don't have to do this, but raise your hand if you lived in an apartment. Almost everybody's lived in some sort of an apartment in their lifetime, right? And that these folks are good people. And the cool thing about people that move into a multifamily, it might be their first time moving to Lakewood. They might stay. They might buy a house in our community that is going up for sale. You know, we heard earlier our Older Americans Month and the amount of folks who will be aging in our community. And that's just the great life cycle of a community, is to bring new people in, give them those same opportunities. So I will certainly be in support of this and hope that we can move forward. And we've learned a lot from developers who are willing to come in and really work with the neighborhood. So again, I want to echo a thank you there and a thank you to the neighborhood. And unfortunately, it sounds like we might lose a business on West Colfax, but they might be heading over to 8th and Sims, so it's kind of in the same area. So I'll certainly be supporting. With that, please cast your votes. That passes 8 ayes, 3 nays, the nays being Roybal, Beta, and Johnson. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 13?
Item 13, Ordinance O 2019-21, amending the Lakewood zoning ordinance.
All right. Mr. Zucker, you are free to go to enjoy your evening. I mean, you can hang out if you want. You're liable to get questions about this next one. We'll call Mr. Parker up and we'll give him a quick minute. Does council need a quick minute?
Did you write that?
So why don't we take 5 minutes if we could? It's 10:12. We'll come back at 10:20 and reconvene. Thank you. Reconvening the Lakewood City Council meeting, May 13th, 2019, at 10:27 p.m. And we are starting on item 13, ordinance 0-2019-21, amending the Lakewood zoning ordinance. This is derived from development dialogue, and I think we did have a study session, and we will hear from our planning director, Mr. Parker. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the second public hearing as part of the development dialogue. Tonight we'll be discussing building and site design amendments. As you can see on the screen, this particular subject has had about 15 different public meetings already between the Planning Commission and the committee and the council study session that happened a couple of months ago. So I'll dive right into our 8 amendments. We covered these in a lot more depth at the study session and in multiple meetings of the design of the committee. So I'll quickly go through these tonight for the audience watching at home. Most of you are very familiar with these recommendations. The first recommendation is to create a new design review committee. What you will be doing tonight is approving language in the zoning code that will allow for the creation of that committee. We won't actually reach out and appoint members yet until we have design guidelines for the Union Corridor, and then this committee over time can expand its realm of influence to other areas that as we approve new design guidelines. But tonight's action will put language in the zoning code to allow the creation of that design review committee. The second recommendation, as you recall, has to do with plaza requirements and public amenity space in new buildings. The new requirements apply to large sites for multifamily, commercial, and mixed use, and they have seating and element requirements for those spaces. Recommendation 3 has to do with changing how we measure height and providing additional allowances for peaked roof buildings. One thing that you will see in front of you is a proposed amendment. Planning staff at the direction of council has been working with Mr. Ditson to update the proposal for this recommendation to ensure that people aren't taking advantage of any potential loopholes in this. And so we've got a potential amendment that you could make tonight that would change some of the language in the original or in the current recommendation to read the midpoint of the highest gable of a pitched or hipped roof, provided that no portion of the interior ceiling is greater than the allowable height for the district. So planning staff certainly endorses and recommends that amendment to the existing language. Recommendation 4 is amending the transition requirements for mixed-use zones and RMF zones. Basically, it requires any multifamily or commercial building that abuts a single-family residential district with a single-family residential use to abide by a 45-degree bulk plane. So the building couldn't extend any higher than it is far away from the lot line. So if it's 40 feet from the lot line, it can't be any higher than 40 feet in height. Recommendation 5 has to do with the street-facing side of taller buildings. Buildings that are 45 feet or higher would now be required to have a step back on their front-facing facade, and an additional step back for every additional 30 feet moving up. So the intention of this one again is to reduce the street presence and create a more pedestrian scaled street presence and a better urban design. Recommendation 6, in our current zoning code, we have a 25-foot setback in the RMF zone, and that's measured from behind the sidewalk. So you have the curb, the tree lawn, the sidewalk, and then an additional 25 feet. Often planning staff recommends and requests that developers provide additional on-street parking. So actually dedicate additional roadway for on-street parking of cars. However, under the current zone or under the current code, when they do that, that pushes everything back. And so they're having to push the building back the additional 8 feet of what they're dedicating for parking. This recommendation would take away that disincentive by lowering the setback when on-street parking is provided. So when we get that on-street parking voluntarily provided by developers, their building wouldn't be pushed back an equal amount. Recommendation 7 has to do with solar gardens. Currently, solar gardens, which are basically community solar facilities up to 2 megawatts that produce solar power that can be purchased by members of the community. These are currently only allowed in the CR, LI, and LIRD zone districts. The proposal would make it a special use permit in all other zone districts and change it from a permitted use in those to a limited use, and then put restrictions and requirements and standards on all community gardens in all districts. So again, in CR, LI, and LIRD, it would go from a permitted to a limited. In all other districts, it would go from prohibited to special use, which requires a hearing of the Planning Commission to do a solar garden. And then finally, recommendation 8 is to create an entirely new menu of project amenities for projects above, I think our minimum is 20,000 square feet. And the enhanced development menu would have a list, the proposed list of potential amenities, each with a point value. Projects between 20 and 50,000 square feet would have to provide 35 points off that chart, and projects above 50,000 square feet would have to achieve 50 points of project amenities on that chart. Amenities are such things as energy and water, so on-site power generation, water conservation, waste, transportation items, community cohesion, public health, things like LEED certification, things like providing amenities for the local community, all are on that list, things like providing public art. So our recommendation is the creation of that enhanced development menu. Our proposal then would be to come back on an annual basis and update it as needed. So adding additional things that the community needs, adjusting the point totals based on what we've seen coming in and what we haven't been seeing coming in. So certainly if council adopts the enhanced development menu tonight, we'll be back in a year with proposed updates. And that was the quick version of tonight's recommendations.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the quick presentation. And while those who may be just tuning in may think that was quick, you did hear there's been a lot of different public meetings, as well as an extensive city council study session where council was able to ask questions and give direction going forward. So, Councilor Vincent, your light is on.
I'd like to propose an amendment, and I had already talked to some folks about this, and that's to amend table 1714.1 in the enhanced development menu by striking out menu item 13 and renumbering the menu items accordingly. Did you want me to speak to it?
So let's just put that in the queue. I will ask you have to restate that once it is read into the record, and actually I need to have a public hearing portion of this as well. So
hold off on it.
Yeah, let's hold off. Thank you. So I will open the public hearing, and Mr. Ditson, you signed up to speak. Come on down. And nobody else wish to speak, Mr. Just go ahead and sign in with the clerk, and we'll get you up next. 3 minutes, 2.5 green, half yellow, done red. Go ahead.
Good evening again. Paul Ditson, 1305 Garrison Street. I am speaking for myself on this item. My comments do not necessarily reflect the opinion of the Iber Neighborhood Association. This is material that I put on Lakewood Speaks this weekend. Apologize for it taking that long. I tried to do it earlier, but I missed the cutoff on Friday. I'm speaking specifically to item 3. As Mr. Parker had indicated when I presented this to the ad hoc committee. The week before last, they gave direction to Mr. Parker to work out some wording to address my concern here, which I'll just go into briefly for sake of the general discussion here. My main point here is what's in bold. The standard creates a disadvantage for development of buildings with pitched roof in that more habitable space may be developed to a taller height if using a flat roof. And it goes on to recommend that's the rationale for taking a measurement from the midpoint of a pitched roof. I came across this example. This is Avenida Senior Apartments at the old Target site, and the perspective here is from the sales, or from the Sears building across the street. This is an example showing that architects can put pitched roofs on a structure and get the same amount of floor space from that they would otherwise with a flat roof. So I don't really believe that that's a strong rationale for taking the measurement from the pitched roof. What I show here is first, I'm not an architect, as you can tell from the the chicken scratchings here. What I tried to do, this is something that just didn't quite ring well with me as I was trying to understand what might happen with increasing the roof height. And figure 1 shows basically the problem statement of why it might be advantageous for a developer to build a box as opposed to something with a pitched roof. I'm running out of time. Figure 2 bumps the height up a little bit. My concern is that gives it enough ceiling height to do one of the other 2 figures there, putting in a dormer, and in figure 4, just dressing it up to look like a mansard roof. And that's what that dress up might look like. There's nothing structural in this roof here. That's strictly just making it look like a mansard. I think the language does address the height concern that I had, but I think there still might be some loophole in there. I think going forward with it the way it is, I would be in support of that, but I think we might need to continue looking at this.
Great, thank you. Mr. Freeman, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Paul and Honorable Council. I'll be brief. My name is Roger Freeman. I'm at 1225 Cody in Ward 1, and I'm speaking solely on my own behalf. I've involved in a number of sustainability initiatives, but here I'm just speaking on my own. I just want to emphasize that we see the enhanced development, I see the enhanced development menu as an important first step in the process of trying to make a conversion to a more sustainable building environment in Lakewood. I say first step because it just really captures the largest of projects. It doesn't capture residential and commercial, and Councilwoman Johnson had some interesting statistics earlier on how that's been shifting and how many different variations we have in Lakewood to deal with. So the threshold for points is pretty low and pretty easily obtained, frankly, and it doesn't cover remodels and some of the other key things that are happening in the city. So it's an important first step. Great to see it, but you may recall about a year ago there was a presentation by a series of citizens who were looking at a more aggressive program, one that would cover a broader array of potential sites. And I understand that this will be an iterative process, but I think there's a lot of momentum for doing more over time and making sure that we start to build funding for retrofits of buildings that are very inefficient, try to help our low-income housing stock, and do some things that will help make a bigger difference. Sustainability, if it's number 2 on our list as a priority, we need to start doing things that reflect that. So pardon the pun, I think we're building on a foundation for the future, and that this is a good first step, but you'll see some proposals for more. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'll close the public hearing. And you've already heard Counselor Vincent indicate one amendment and then potential if she would introduce the pitched roof one as well. Counselor Beta? Oh, wait, Counselor Vincent, you have another one? No. Okay. Counselor Beta?
Mayor, I have a motion also, when you indicate the appropriate time.
Yeah, if you want to just to discuss, if anybody wants to discuss their motions, it'd be helpful that we know that they're coming. Then I'll ask the Mayor Pro Tem to make a motion, and then we can begin that conversation. So go ahead.
All right, well, I hereby move to strike or delete all language.
Pull the mic closer, please.
Thank you. I hereby move to strike or delete all language in the proposed zoning rules that we have tonight, ordinance 2019-21, including but not limited to section 17.4.3 supplemental standards, DD, paragraph DD, solar garden, and 17.6.6.2 fence and wall height pertaining to solar gardens.
Okay. So that is just for council, so that'll essentially pull out all the language related to solar gardens, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councilor Franks? So I'm going to give that back to you.
I wanted to find out if we were going to get like rationale for, since I didn't have a chance to speak with Councilor Vincent, certainly wanted to hear the argument for striking number 13. So I just wanted to make sure that we were going to get to that.
You bet. When we read in the motion and we read in proposed amendments, we'll have discussion on them. Councilor Gutwein?
I also have a proposed amendment. Do you want me to do it now?
Yeah, just give us a heads up.
Okay. Well, the heads up is just it's one of the other sheets that you have in front of you. It's an amendment to item 5, and it's just striking essentially everything that's in red. And I guess I'll go through the rationale.
Okay.
Later.
So that's 4 amendments right now. Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
I have a few questions before I even venture a possible amendment. First of all, did I read that there's a 30,000 square foot minimum for design committee review?
There is a minimum. I'm confused as to whether it's 30 or 50, but yes, there is a minimum.
Okay, well, 30,000 square feet is 3/4 of an acre. I think anything of that bulk should qualify for a design review. On recommendation 4, this 45% bulk plain, what is the current standard for that bulk plain transition?
So currently, there's not a plane. Currently, within 75 feet of the lot line, you have to match the 35-foot height of the zoning. So you can go all the way up to the setback at 35 feet.
And that compares how to the 45 bulk plane at 35 feet?
So
wouldn't 45% allow a much larger building frontage in that transition zone?
Not within 35 feet of the property line.
Okay, what would it be within 35 feet?
It would be equal to the distance of the building from the lot. So if the building is set back 10 feet, it can only be 10 feet high.
Okay, thank you. On recommendation 7, there had been language that said these solar gardens would be, I believe, up to 2 megawatts. You made reference to that, but I don't see that language survived.
And I'll have Jonathan correct me, but I think that's that's Excel's limit, not our limit.
Hi, Councilor Abel, Jonathan Waddell, Sustainability Manager for the city. There are some, typically these are 2 megawatt projects, but there are some exceptions for projects that have a low income allocation, meaning that a percentage of the subscribers are low income households, and those can be up to 4 megawatts.
While we're on that subject, there was some encouragement mentioned, I believe, by the mayor that the people who live adjacent to these solar farms be participants in the use of the power generated next door to them. Is that possible? Is that part of our plan? There was a suggestion also that if you put them on the roof of the nearby houses, that then the people with these things on the roof, even though they're owned by someone else, could participate in the savings. But does the PUC allow assignment of this power to the adjacent neighborhood?
There's not a limitation that they couldn't participate, but there's typically not a restriction that that project is strictly for residents of the adjacent neighborhood. So, and there may have just been some changes in the current session, but up until this point, the rules have simply been that you can buy into any of these community solar arrays as long as you live in the county where the array is located or a directly adjacent county. So that doesn't mean that developers wouldn't be eager to offer, if you're an adjacent neighbor, you absolutely would have an opportunity to buy into it, but it's not limited to just the adjacent neighborhood.
Can we give them the right of first refusal?
That would be like a project that we would take on as a city if we were in partnership with a developer, to say, hey, we'd like to support your development in Lakewood, and here's what we'd like to accomplish with that. Right? We'd like it to support Lakewood residents or something like that. But there's not necessarily like a legal limitation at this point saying it would only go to those.
But we're not prohibited from doing that.
No, not at all.
I think that covers most of the questions I had. For amendment possibilities, I would like to make the 30,000 square foot minimum be 20,000 square foot, so that a structure that covers an entire half acre would be submitted to the design committee. I would like to restore, the up to 2 megawatts, Mr. Wachtel. Does that limit it severely, just keeping it to 2 megawatts or below, or what was the rationale for removing those figures?
I think that I think the initial reason that language was in there was to just align with the state regulations on how these are allotted, and because there are exceptions that allow up to 4 megawatts, it made sense to remove it. It also stays in keeping, I think, with the fundamental concept of why community solar gardens have been successful and are important, which is if you don't own your own home, you don't have a rooftop to necessarily put renewable energy system on, or don't have the solar access you need, maybe you have great mature foliage, it's an opportunity to still, have the benefits of renewable energy. And I don't think, I think our sustainability plan, our comprehensive plan talks a lot about equity and access for people. And so if we want to make sure that all Lakewood residents have an opportunity to benefit from renewable energy, and oftentimes you can save quite a bit of money on your utility bills, by getting involved with one of these systems. Or if you rent your property and you can't put it on your roof, or you live in a multifamily development, this is still a way for you to be able to receive those benefits. So I think if we were to not enable, projects up to 4 megawatts, we'd be cutting out, but we'd have the potential of cutting out that opportunity.
And is there any real difference in things like footprint or heat generation or anything like that that would make 2% more favorable? I'm sorry, 2 megawatts more favorable than 4?
I mean, under current design technology, it's certainly a larger system. I can't speak to the heat, but it certainly would typically take up more acreage. So I think maybe the key piece here is that these regulations are actually stricter for the sites that currently just allow them and create a lot more requirements for landscaping and buffering and integration. And then it also, for those other sites, makes it a special use. So there'd be direct review by the neighborhood for approval. So just to consider that, this, I don't think these regulations were necessarily written thinking about how many square feet the array would take up, as much as how do we make sure that we both enable these kind of systems to come into the city of Lakewood, so we have more residents have access to renewable energy and can benefit from that, while at the same time minimizing impacts on surrounding neighborhoods, and try to find that balance. And I think that was the intent here. So I'm not sure we've know exactly what the size changes would be.
Okay, that's understandable. What you said about the reason for the states allowing 4 megawatts is very interesting. Is there anything in our regulation that would ensure that people with lower incomes would be able to buy into these things?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, this is just about the way land gets used, not necessarily who would be allowed to subscribe. We're not regulating that piece here.
I would hate to see this become something for the wealthy, and like you say, renters would be included this way. So I would like to ensure that folks of all income capabilities would be able to participate. Is that implicit in what we're doing here? That they would have equal opportunity to get in on the game?
It's difficult to answer that. I don't think that's implicit in this particular language. If a developer were to come in and have been allocated 4 megawatts for their project, that would have only been allocated and approved because there was a low, my understanding is that because there was a low income component. Otherwise, the max would be the 2 megawatt size project. As far as who then can afford to buy in, there's a market mechanism here. There's different models that these companies offer. Some you are actually purchasing the panel, to own it. Other times you're buying into a share of the overall system at a price. You could lease it. Others offer financing at very low rates. So there's a whole variety of models, just like any type of service you might buy into, or if you were putting your own solar on your rooftop. But we're not. This the zoning ordinance isn't getting into that.
So the state's allowance of 4 megawatts is there in order to encourage the owner of the solar garden to give access to people of limited income.
Correct.
But that doesn't affect us because we're home rule municipality, Mr. Cox?
Haven't done that analysis to see whether it's been declared a matter of statewide concern, and that would be a factor in deciding whether we have the ability to regulate or not. But to my knowledge, we could, but I'd have to look at whether there's other factors attempting to preempt local regulation.
In that case, if Councilman Beta's amendment passes, I would like to see us explore that in any new language we compile. I think it's very important that everyone gets a shot at this sort of savings. I believe that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Stilling.
So let me offer this. In our previous endeavors into revising this zoning ordinance, it has many moving parts. Tonight we have 8 items. Each, it sounds like, well, many of which have amendments to them. I would like to suggest that we go item by item. And as the items come up, if there's an amendment to it, as we've done in the past, then we discuss it. And that way we can compartmentalize everything. Like we just had a somewhat disjointed conversation about solar and then development menu. So if we just go item by item, it might make life a lot easier as we've done with the previous revisions.
Councilors Beta and Vincent, do you want to continue this conversation or wait till we read it in?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay. Councilor Beta?
You can read it in first. That's okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, will you please make a motion?
The motion has to be read as if amendments were already made or don't exist. I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2019-21 on second and final reading, but if it is to be amended, it would read, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-219-21 as amended.
We'll have to wait to see if it's amended, so go with
That's my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Cox?
We've done it a couple of different ways. The last time around we had something like this. We did all the amendments, got them adopted or not, and then had the main motion as amended. What we've done on previous occasions is have a general motion to approve and a second to approve the ordinance, and then take a series of amendments to see which ones are going to end up being part of that motion. So either way, we can.
Mayor, as chairman, how do you prefer that?
I think just the general motion of acceptance, and then you'll have to come back and.
In that case, I move for the adoption of ordinance 0-2019-21 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and you want to go section by section. So first section would be chapter 2.57, Planning Department Design Review Commission.
Mayor, I would move for the adoption of an amendment to strike 30,000 square feet and replace it with 20,000 square feet.
So before there's a second, just for clarity, I'm not seeing the 50,000. So, and I know it was brought up in a letter that we received stating there was, but I don't see that in this.
So what you have in front of you is the addition to the Lakewood Municipal Code that would allow for the creation of the Design Review Committee or Commission. I've realized that when we have design guidelines done in the Union Corridor, then we can come and add the zoning language. So I misspoke in my presentation. This isn't the zoning ordinance language. This is the municipal code language. So we can come forward at a future time when we have the design guidelines and include 20,000 as the minimum.
Thank you.
So that means that we're
So I withdraw my motion.
So we're cool with 2.57.010, 020, 17.1.7.5, 5.2, here we go. So item 2 is amend language in 17.7.52, additional requirement for mixed use in commercial zone districts. Is there any change there? Okay. Section 17.5.1.5, height measurements and building facade setback.
I have an amendment.
Okay, Councilor Vincent.
On item 3, I'd like to offer an amendment to amend the language in 17.5.1.5 to remove. Would you want me to read it? Just go ahead and read it as I want it to be done as amended, or to remove?
Just repeat, you're in 17.5.1.5?
Yes.
A1, right?
Right.
Okay.
To read, building and structure height shall be measured from average grade to the highest point of the structure or the coping of a flat roof. Remove all the rest, and then in bold, the midpoint of the highest gable of a pitched or hipped roof, provided that no portion of the interior ceiling is greater than the allowable height for the district or the highest point of any other type of roof.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is that a clear amendment? We're clear on that? Mr. Cox?
I think so. Just for the record, this is
What's in front of you, which was presented.
I read it right off.
Okay.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
May I ask for clarification? Does this comport with what Mr. Ditson had suggested?
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
Passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Item 4, establish a new section 17.5.1.5.c, building facade setback requirement. Any? Okay. Item 5, amend language 17.5.3.4, height transition to adjacent residential districts. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I would move to amend item 5B to strike the last sentence so that B will read, no portion of a building shall extend beyond a 45-degree bulk plane from the adjacent single or two-family zone district's residence lot. And the reason is that we had a kind of unusual case in Ward 5 where there was a mixed-use zone district adjacent to a residential zone district, and so this would not apply. By removing the side lot line section, it would. Essentially, it will improve the transition between residential to mixed use in those very rare cases.
So for clarity, you'd keep no portion of a building shall extend.
Correct.
And you'd drop starting at where a front or side lot line separates the zone district. The first 2 floors of the building shall be permitted to encroach into the 45-degree bulk plane.
Correct. That would be straight.
Yeah, that would be, okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Is there clarity on that? Please cast your votes. Okay, that passes 10 ayes, 0 nay, the nay being Councilor Johnson. Item 6, amend table 17.5.1, residential dimensional standards. Okay. Item 7, amend Article 13 and 17.4.3, supplemental standards to establish standards for solar gardens. Councilor Bida.
Okay. If I may, I first have a point of clarification. Can you direct me to the language in the ordinance that specifically enables or allows for solar gardens in residential or all zones? Because I'm having a hard time finding that.
So I'll refer you to the use table in Article 4. It prohibits solar gardens. Solar gardens are only allowed in 3 zones right now.
Right? So where in the language in here, I guess, are we changing? I don't see it in I don't see it in 17.4.3.
So, yeah, under 17.4.3F for all our zone districts, and there should be, you're right, there should be an update to the table to change those languages, and you're absolutely correct, I don't see that here. So there should be language here to update the table in Article 4.
Okay.
Missing.
So basically F and G, all they do is assume that it's enabled someplace else and then applies and defines the standards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you. And then when you're ready, I'd like to make a motion. Okay, thank you. Okay, as indicated earlier, I hereby move to strike or delete all language in the proposed zoning rules, specifically 17.4.3, supplemental standards, DD, solar gardens, and also 17.6.6.2, fence and wall height pertaining to solar gardens. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Franks?
Well, I didn't catch that there was no table to that, so thank you for catching that. But where does that leave us then if we don't have, does it leave us kind of in a, we got part of it done but don't have the other part done, and therefore we may want to table it and to do the whole? I guess I just didn't catch that, so I want to make sure I understand if it makes better sense to pull it and then get it redone to incorporate that table.
Well, if you want to go ahead tonight, we certainly can. It must have gotten dropped from our previous handout at the study session, but it is simply a matter of changing those letters in the tables. So we can certainly, or you all can certainly amend this to say update table 17.4.1 to include those permissions.
Councilor Franks, is that your only question? Okay, thank you. Councilor Harrison?
Thank you. I guess I would just like to ask Councilor Bita why he's asking to have that whole section removed. I'm not sure I follow your thought process.
Councilor Bita?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I'm ready to answer your question. So first of all, let me say I have no objections to solar gardens, which, by the way, are not gardens at all, because nothing grows in these gardens. Instead, it's nothing but a euphemism for a large area, typically 5 acres or more, of continuous solar panels, which are up to 20, under these rules, can be up to 20 feet high. To the extent the document attempts to clarify some of the rules pertaining to these solar gardens, I really have no objection. Where my objections are that, first, as we've already indicated, the ordinance language, as it sits, does not have the appropriate language to enable these in all zones. It assumes it assumes that it's already there, and then it goes through paragraphs F and G, which explains the standards to be applied. So the ordinance is flawed or defective on its face, and so it needs to go back and be rewritten, and I'm not comfortable sitting up here on the dais, on the fly, rewriting ordinances at 11 o'clock at night, okay? I think that's improper. I think it needs to go back to staff and let them do it right. They can bring it back. We can go ahead and address the rest of them that are not an issue. So that's another reason for my objection. Currently, the rules do not allow for solar gardens in residential zones. I feel that this tends to do it through the back door, and when we do that, it confuses not only the primarily it confuses the public, because if it's not clear that we're allowing it, if there's not clear language in there, then they end up being surprised that, oh, now we've got this new language which allows solar gardens. My biggest concern of all, though, is that I have not heard any credible evidence or testimony that is persuasive that we need these in residential areas. They're already allowed in a number of other zones, and I just don't see why we have to include them in a residential area, which by design are really not designed for these things. I think people are not expecting to have 5 acres or more of continuous and contiguous solar panels 20 feet high next to their homes. I don't see people wanting to see that. And so I feel like that they don't belong in residential areas. And again, this kind of the same theme that I've had to say before. Residential areas, people, some of my constituents have lived there for 40, 50 years. This is their largest investment by far. When they invested in this property, they've paid the taxes over years, they've made the payments on it, they've made expensive improvements, and they did that based upon expectations of certain rules that apply. And now we're saying, well, those rules are no longer good. We're going to change them on you. So what you thought you invested in, which is this residential neighborhood, is no longer applicable. We're going to change the rules on you. And that's just wrong. I think it's wrong. I think it's unfair. I think it's unjust to go in and start changing rules on these residential areas where, people that don't have that expectation, did not have that expectation when they bought their property, some of them many years ago. I think these are unsightly. I think they're fine in commercial and other areas, but I don't think they belong in residential neighborhoods. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and send this back to the staff, eliminate anything that allows these in residential areas, fine with all of the other clarifications on the use. I have no problem with that, but leave out the permitted use for residential areas. They don't belong there. Okay, that's all.
Councilor Harrison, follow up.
I'm fine, thank you.
Councilor Gutwein to the motion.
Yes, although, would you mind addressing that first issue? And then,
Councilor Skilling to the motion.
To clarify, I went back and looked at the study session language from the packet, and under this same section, it had Article 13 definitions. It defines solar garden, and then it goes to Article 4, use and supplemental standards, and states amend Table 17.4.1 to allow solar gardens as a limited use in CR, LI, and LIRD districts, and as a special use in all other districts. I believe that is the single sentence that got dropped off of the bottom of the page in the new packet. So I think that addresses Councilor Beta was talking about drafting the new ordinance or doing it on the fly. I believe that that's the only language that we're missing, was that one sentence. Because I went back and looked at the study, and that's page 17 of the study session, packet from March 4th, 2019.
So, Mr. Councilor Skilling, could you give me the section number? So it got dropped off under 4, under 17.4.3 section.
So under the recommendation number 7 on page 17 in that study session packet, there's a recommendation number 17. There's a background.
Correct. Where does that apply to? Where would it fit in tonight's packet?
Where it says solar garden. Hang on, I'm going between the documents. Where it says item 7 at the bottom of page 105 of our packet, it says item 7, amend Article 13 and 17.4.3.
Yes.
And then there's definitions, solar garden. Well, there should be another sentence under solar garden to amend table 17.4.1 as I have just read. That would say specifically Article 4, use and supplemental standards, amend table 17.4.1. It's part of recommendation number 7.
Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. Just to follow up with what Councilor Skilling just mentioned, I just want to make sure it's clear that the entire time we've been discussing this, that language was included, and then it just got dropped into this copy, and so we're not legislating on the fly. It was included in the last most recent document, and so that language has already been worked out. So we can just add that one sentence back in that has been a part of the discussion from the beginning. And then I just want to also remind or refresh, I guess, everybody's memory, including my own. I believe this would apply to typically 5-acre parcels, or you would need at least approximately 5 acres. Is that correct?
That's our understanding for ground-mounted community solar project that this would apply to. That's typically the minimum size we've seen.
Okay. And so there's a very limited amount of parcels in the city of Lakewood that this would apply to. And I think that the greatest reason for doing this is just because we're talking about increasing access to solar, and we do hear from our community that they'd like to have additional opportunities to participate in solar. It meets our sustainability goals. And then I have the minutes from our development dialogue meeting, December 17th, and we spent considerable time going through the requirements to address all different kinds of issues, and I think that we really did a good job in getting a good quality statement here. And I'd just like to refresh that we did get consensus of 4 aye, 1 nay, to move forward with that, and including the changes to the fencing and all of that stuff. So I will not be supporting striking this from the proposal tonight.
Thank you. So I am clear now on Article 4. I had to go a little bit further back in the packet as to use and supplemental standards. Thank you. Councilor Johnson to the motion.
Well, actually, I've got a question about the solar gardens. I don't know if it's to the motion in particular. You want me to go ahead? Okay, go ahead. Okay. I'm doing this like on page 125 or 121. It talks about a property owner shall be responsible for negotiating a solar easement with their adjacent property owners. I'm just curious, if someone goes ahead and puts a solar garden up, can their neighbors say that they really did not understand what the implications of that were once it's up? Since some of these can be as high as 20 feet, and we've got 6-foot fences. I just wonder if, how does that work? Talk to me about that.
So the onus in this scenario is on the developer of the solar facility. So a neighbor has no obligation to not plant a tree or do anything else, build an addition on their home that would block the solar access to the garden unless they've entered into an agreement ahead of time with the developer. So this is, it would be voluntary from the neighboring property that they agree to not to grant a solar easement to not block the solar access to that property. And just to put it in perspective, the 20-foot height limit here is on par with accessory structure heights in most of our zone districts. So currently in a residential property, you would be allowed to put a ground-mounted solar array for your own use, not a community, but for your own use on your side yard at the same height adjacent to your neighbors, and you wouldn't necessarily be able to, tell them not to grow a tree there as well. So it's not the requirement here is the developer has to go and secure the solar easement.
I guess I'm getting confused. So the person that would like to put the solar garden on their property, they talk to their neighbors about it, and maybe they do or maybe they don't. I don't know. They put the solar garden in place. Can the neighbors, after they see what it looks like and after there's a 6-foot fence, say this was never really explained to me? How does that work? And I'm kind of...
Maybe I misunderstood your question. I thought you were specifically asking about the language about the solar easement as opposed to just the general outcome of the development.
I'm talking about the negotiations between the neighbors.
Well, so the only way that one of these can happen in a residential zone district would be through a planning commission public hearing. And so a notice would go out to all neighbors. The developer would say, I own this piece of property. I would like to do a solar garden. And there would be a public hearing where neighbors could ask questions. Planning commission could get involved, put conditions on it, that sort of thing.
So in a residential neighborhood, it does have to go through the planning commission?
Absolutely.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Abel, and then to the motion, Councilor Franks to the motion, Councilor Vincent to the motion, Councilor Beta, back to your motion.
I'd like to ask if neighbors decided they didn't want this in their neighborhood, they could simply refuse to negotiate an easement and tell the owner of the solar garden they all plan to build 30-foot high or plant 30-foot high trees all around their proposed solar garden. Okay, that, I think, to me, that's a very effective remedy.
Yeah, right.
And I do want to add language that would encourage, okay, so I need to wait until this is dealt
Please.
with.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's deal with the motion at hand, please. Councilor Vincent, just because Councilor Franks, you'd gone, so. Councilor Vincent, Franks, and then Beta.
I have a clarifying question. If we put back in the sentence that was omitted, would that take care of the residential zoning question? The question is that it doesn't want in residential areas.
Yeah.
That sentence added sounds to me, and that's why I need clarification, that it would omit that because it limited.
But unless I remember it wrong, Councilor Beda, your motion was to remove all references to the solar gardens, not just the residential. Is that right? Or was it strictly residential?
Well, strictly residential, but because there was no enabling language in the document, I'm saying send it all back, rewrite it, leave residential out, and then bring it back. So and my objections were twofold. One, because there was no enabling language, and two, because I don't think they ought to be included in there.
But your approach was to remove all the references to the solar garden so that we could rewrite it for the residential, to remove residential and bring it back with what's left.
Right.
Okay. And so the discussion over here is moot if Councilor Beda's motion passes. If the motion passes, it would remove all the solar garden language and we wouldn't have any discussion about what's supposed to be in the table and what's not. If your motion does not pass, then there could be a motion to add that sentence into the proposed language.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yes, it does for me. Thank you.
Can I say something now?
Sure.
And just so, I would, as another way to go here, I would have no objection if we wanted to make a friendly amendment, add the enabling language, and then delete the residential out of there. Then that way we could go forward with all of the rest of the language on solar gardens tonight, leaving out the residential. So I would have no problem going that direction either, if that would make it easier. Then we wouldn't have to send everything back, and we wouldn't have to send anything back. So that'd be another way to go.
Would that be a friendly amendment?
No. I don't think
So I haven't heard a friendly amendment, so.
Councilor Franks?
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I know we had a lot of discussion. I mean, all of us up here, we care about neighborhood character, and we certainly care about offering, amenities that our community wants. After we had that discussion where we did talk about it being the larger parcels, and there not being that many, I don't know how many there are, did we hear from anyone who lives adjacent or close to any of these parcels for which this would be a potential impact?
Not to my knowledge. No, we haven't heard from anyone.
Do we know how many parcels citywide qualify at this level that we think, obviously technology could change. 5 years from now, a 1 acre parcel could, again, we don't know what we don't know. Do we know how many 5 acre parcels we have that we are potentially impacting?
We haven't run that analysis, and I think that what you hit on is that this language doesn't identify a specific acreage threshold. It's just about the use in a zone district. So as you mentioned, it could change over time. So I think the idea here was to build in the ability for these to go in, but with a lot of planning process and neighborhood involvement, because it's the special use and has to go through the planning commission for approval. So, if this doesn't take 5 acres in, next week, there's better technology, then there's still something in place that says this can happen, but only if we go through this process. So I think we haven't looked at a threshold of size.
Okay, that helps to clarify. I think where I kind of come down is that, because we have some unknowns, I'm a big person into sustainability. I certainly love to offer all these kinds of options and encourage folks to be as sustainable as they can. But I also, neighborhood character is important to me, and I would be more supportive of moving forward with all the language minus residential. That's just where I'm at personally at the moment, given the rapidly changing technology and the unintended. When you start to talk about the smaller parcels, it becomes something that's much more real. So I definitely would be in supportive if we had a hybrid where we took it out of residential, move forward with the commercial, and then follow that a little bit more closely.
Councilor LeBear?
My suggestion would just be to vote on the motion as is. Hopefully it gets voted down, and then somebody, if they want to make a motion to propose a better idea that addresses some of the concerns everybody has addressed, I think that would be the cleanest process way to move forward.
Councilor Skilling?
I disagree. I think the best way to do it would be to withdraw the motion. We amend in that single sentence that we've been talking about. Then an amendment or a motion to amend to pull out residential could then be voted on. That would be the cleanest way from everything that I've heard.
There's still a potential different amendment then also, so.
That is just residential.
Because this would be residential. Councilor Bida?
So I I would accept that to amend my motion to add the enabling language that's been discussed minus residential. Minus residential. Okay? So that would be my motion.
So if I get this correct, then you would be changing your motion to not remove 17.4.3 and 17.6.6.2, and it would now be to amend Article 4. The amendment would read, Article 4, Use and Supplemental Standards, amend Table 17.4.1 to allow solar gardens as limited use in CR, L1, and L1RD districts, and as a special use in all other districts. I should say LI, forgive me. CR, LI, and LI-RD district, and as a special use in all other zone districts. But you want, and then you want to, so that's all zone districts, and then you want it to remove it from residential, so you'd want a secondary?
Have the language in front of me, okay? This is the problem. When we come in here, I don't have the language, so now we're having to, that's what I call legislate on the fly.
We had a study session where we went through all
It doesn't matter. The study session doesn't matter, Mayor. We're here discussing what was presented tonight as an ordinance. That's what we're talking about. Whatever happened in the study session, whatever happened in the committee doesn't matter. It's what we're talking about here in front of us tonight. I don't have the information. Okay, I don't have it. Well, it's the enabling language is not in there. So I'm saying this is the problem. So now, without the language, I can't tell you how it needs to be changed, and I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to be doing that here on the fly on the dais. So then that makes then we have to send it back and make them write it up and do it right.
So as I stated, and Councilor Skilling, you made this suggestion. So the first part is the inclusion of Article 4, and your secondary recommendation was what?
I think it's just important to realize it's a Scrivener's error. It just got dropped. It appears that it just got dropped off because it was the bottom of the page. So all I'm suggesting is we just add that back in, the Article 4 Use and Supplemental Standards, that one sentence that you just read, Mayor. We add that sentence back in, make that amendment. Okay, so now we've cleared up the copy error that happened whenever that happened. So now we're at square one. And now Councilman Beda could make whatever amendment he so chooses. In this case, it could be an amendment to say, okay, instead of saying all zones, I want to say all zones except for residential, for example. But at least we're just starting off. We're getting rid of the error. We shouldn't really be dwelling on typos. So we get rid of that typo, and then we start the amendment over again, because as Councilman Beda indicated, there isn't an enabling language. So to do it correctly, let's fix the typo and then move on to Councilman Beda's amendment. That's what I think.
Mr. Cox.
Mr. Mayor, I think we can get there with one motion. If the idea is to add that sentence back in as it was read, the one that would change the tables to allow limited use in these districts and a special use in everywhere else. The motion could be to add that sentence in with the exception for residential, so that it says solar as a limited use in CR, LI, LIRD, and as a special use in all other zone districts. It could be all other non-residential zone districts, or in all other zone districts except residential districts. You think that? Yep. Yeah. So that could be the one motion that would remove residential, add back in the language that was dropped off, and it either passes and that's amended accordingly, or it doesn't, and we can.
But the problem with that is, what if there's no support for removing it from residential? What I was suggesting is you remove the typo dilemma that we're having, get us to square one, people make amendments off of the language that should have been in here. And whether that's Councilman Beta saying remove it from residential, so be it. Let's just have clean votes on clean amendments. All I'm trying to do is get us back to square the status quo, get rid of the typo issue. That's what we need to do. Then we can discuss motions, amendments, what have you. That's what I'm saying.
Correct. So then Counselor Beta would need to be open to making that motion of 4, which I just gave to him. If he's open to that, then we can. If not, we need to revert to original motion, a second on the floor, and take an up or down vote.
All right, so that's fine. So I would amend it to include in Article 4. My motion would be as follows. Include in Article 4 use and supplemental standards. Amend Table 17.4.1 to allow solar gardens as a limited use in C-R, L-1 and L1-RD districts, and as a special use in all other zoned districts.
I second.
And then we would come back once we vote on that and discuss the language on the residential. Okay.
There's a motion and a...
Mr. Mayor, just a point of clarification, that there's the same thing that had happened earlier. The reference there is to light industrial, LI. Yeah, so it's LI rather than L1, just so the motion is clear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on that particular language. Please cast your votes. Can I have that back, Mike? It's 11 ayes, 0 nays. Counselor Beta.
Now I'd move to amend Article 4 to delete any reference to residential zones. So limited use in CR would be eliminated. It would be just C, right?
The R is regional, so
Oh, that doesn't stand for, okay. So leave that alone. And then the LIRD
industrial
has nothing to do with residential. Okay. So then, and then as a special use in all other zone districts except residential. So I would add the language except residential.
I second that.
That would be my motion.
Okay. So is everybody clear on that motion? Okay. Motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that passes 6 ayes, 5 nays, the nays being Paul, Gutwein, Skilling, LeBeer, and Abel. So that would negate any further amendments to residential? Or Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Abel, you have one?
I have one that would apply to any district in which these are permitted. I move that we restore the stricken language limiting solar gardens to 2 megawatts, or returning, in effect, returning the 2 megawatt language to the ordinance to include, unless the owner agrees to include, quote, shares for low-income residents, in which case we would allow 4 megawatts as an incentive in any zone district where it's permitted. That would not be to say that it would be every share would get, if you give low-income folks every share in the that's being generated, you get 4 megawatts, just that you would include a portion of shares for low-income residents so that we can assure, as the state code does, that low-income residents would have access to the lower cost from solar panels.
So is that your motion, or are you looking for help with it?
That's an inelegant way of putting my motion.
I certainly understand where you're trying to go. Is there a second on that? Or do we want to?
It's a method and so far as I can see, by which low-income residents could participate in what's generated from solar gardens.
Does that need a second?
We just got rid of it out of residential, so.
It would be in any zone district where they're permitted. If you're talking legally, I think we can do what the state did. Legally.
I guess where I'm stuck is that this is something Jonathan mentioned a little while ago when we were having a more in-depth discussion about this. Is these are zoning and land use regulations. What can you do on a piece of ground in what zone district? And we're establishing the ability to do solar gardens in certain zone districts under certain conditions, limited use in some districts, special use in other districts. I'm having trouble visualizing how we get to the income factor and the wattage in a zone. I think there's a place for it in the code. I'm just not sure it's in the zoning code.
It is my understanding that the state offers the chance for operators of solar gardens to go from 2 megawatts to 4 megawatts only if there's a provision to get some of this electricity to lower income residents. That is exactly what I'm talking about now, that we limit it to 2 megawatts unless the owner of the facility agrees to give some shares, and we can work out how many of those would be as we're doing the enabling language. To give some shares, allocate some shares to low-income residents. Not all of them, a percentage, maybe even a small percentage, but I want to provide access to the power generated from these things to folks who cannot otherwise afford to go buy a share.
And I think I understand your objective. It's the question is that a zoning regulation, or is that something else in our municipal code that sets parameters for how these things can be used? I'm having trouble seeing it as part of the zoning regulation.
If we don't put it in here, it's not going to go in any other time. The way I see it.
I think
Can you give me a suggestion as to how to do that?
Well, I think it's implicit in the way that the awards are given for the right to develop these, because there's a limited amount of capacity. So if it's my understanding is, and this is part of why I'm a little uncomfortable, is I want to look at exactly what the regulation is that does this. But our understanding is, if it's greater than 2 megawatt nameplate capacity, it's going to have that requirement. So there's not, from the PUC and from the way Excel has to award these. So are we putting this in place because we're worried that the state might change those regulations? Because otherwise those rules would make it so that already, if it is greater than 2 megawatt, like what you're asking to put in there is already the requirement from the state, is our understanding.
But we're home rule municipality, and what the state requires is not automatically incumbent upon us. Is that correct, Mr. Cox?
If it is not a matter of statewide concern, then we have the ability to regulate in that area. If it is, then we may not be able to differ from it. But I think what Jonathan's saying is there's some protection for that at the moment, until and unless we regulate differently after we figure out whether we can. That provision is in place and offers that level of protection, because if we don't have regulations to the contrary, we are following the state regulations. That's where we are right now.
Unless we change it to say something to the contrary, then the state regulation would hold. And this would be just a duplicate. Okay, in that case, I would.
And if we can maybe verify Jonathan's understanding that is the rule at the state level, and if we find out it's not the case, we can come back and present that to council for.
Would it be a good idea to include some language to that effect that?
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Please.
I think that because if it's not a specific land use code, I think at the point at which these are going through a special use hearing, we have a lot of adopted language in our sustainability plan and our comprehensive plan that would support a discussion on, working with a developer to provide that, whether even more strict than at 2 megawatts when the time came to have, where one of these was in front of planning commission and the community was having that discourse. So I think we have mechanisms already in place we could look to guide, partnerships with developers or requests for developers to include that as it goes through that special use process.
I don't
if that's of
want
any
to
help.
leave this to future discussion or the whim of how a developer might feel on a certain day. If we are required to follow the state incentive, then that's fine with me. If it's something we need to talk to someone about and persuade them to do this in some other forum, I'm not okay with that.
Maybe this might help. So the way this typically would work is that you as the developer would put your application into Excel when they open up their process once or twice a year when they open it up based on their capacity. And you would say, you'd put your application in as the solar developer for a certain amount of capacity. You could even do it without a site identified, although you'd probably have a little bit weaker of an application. They allow you to even move sites if you are awarded that. If you need to try to find a better, more suitable site, or if the land wasn't fully entitled. So typically when a developer with this project already secured has already gone through that process and they have either been awarded probably a 2 megawatt or a 4 megawatt allocation, and they are now looking for the piece of property where they can build that. So when they're coming to us, our process isn't going to say, we approve 3 megawatts, but you have to do these rules. They've already got their criteria as they got it awarded, and now they're shopping for the dirt to put it on. Does that help? Kind of how that interaction?
I think Mr. Cox's comment that the state's requirement is incumbent upon us unless we move to specifically change it.
That's right. If we can adopt something different or in conflict with it, then it would we'd take over. Right.
And without that, then
without that, that's probably the law. Thank you.
Okay. So recommendation number 8. Is there anything?
Yes, I'd like to amend Table 17, 14.1 in the Enhanced Development menu by striking out menu item 13 and then renumbering all menu items accordingly. This specific one deals with the unbundled parking, and that's to provide, you get credit for providing parking spaces that are rented or sold separately rather than automatically included within the apartment dwelling. Right now, this is already happening, and all it does is that when you charge people extra to have a parking place in their own apartment complex, it is just pushing traffic out into the streets. That's one of the concerns I hear all the time. And these apartments, actually those parking spaces stay empty a lot. So I really hate to see people get credit for this then too. So I'd like that removed.
Okay, so I'll need you to state the exact motion is what Mr. Cox is telling me.
I was just suggesting that we get the second and then have council
Second.
present her argument.
We have a motion and a second. Does anybody need clarification on that removal? All right, please cast your votes. Passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Councilor Skilling.
Just just a general comment on 8, and I know I had discussed this with Mr. Parker at some point with others. I think we heard some from public comment too. These points may be a bit low, and I know that we're starting out that way for a reason. But I think bear in mind that I don't have any problem with raising this up substantially and requiring even more points. So I'd like to keep a close track on this and come back sooner rather than later. And if we need to do something with these, increase the point totals, then that should be something that we look at. I don't know. I just don't want to wait 2 years and then us be lagging way behind and this not really doing what we want it to do.
All right, so I think that's it for amendments. Ask for a motion as amended. You clear on the amendments?
Mayor,
Excuse me, Mayor, may I ask a question? I know that you just dealt with a solar farm, but did you vote on the fence and wall standards as well?
Well, I don't think that those come out because residential is removed.
Okay.
So I think they stay put. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I move for adoption of ordinance O-219-21 as amended on second and final reading.
Second.
Councilor Johnson.
I just have a question for staff. On page 166, it talks about bed and breakfast. And I'm curious, it's part of the zoning ordinance. Are there kitchens inspected by the health department since they're cooking breakfast?
So we'll get that. That's probably something you can put before the request, Lakewood, that really doesn't pertain to
Well, it's part of
this
the zoning.
conversation as far as zoning.
Part of the zoning ordinance, and I'd like to have an answer to my question. Do we have health inspections for the kitchens of bed and breakfast?
I can only assume that like restaurants and other places that serve food, that there would be some county health inspection process, but I don't know for sure. We can look that.
Yeah, I'd be curious if we could find out for sure, please. Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Councilor Roybal? Passes 11 ayes, 0 nays.
Moving on into Tuesday.
Okay, so we're going to go into general business. And Councilor Johnson, you have a couple different requests. And then Councilor Gutwein, you have a request, and then Councilor Skilling. Then we'll have a general business motion by Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do have 2 council requests. And I would just like to say that the first one is regarding the movie Seattle is Dying. It came out recently. It's very popular. There's been a lot of attention based on this movie. The DA thought enough of it that he sent it to all the police departments or the chiefs within the county, and I believe all the city managers. Is that correct, Kathy?
It is correct. Either the DA or the county manager, someone, yes, sent it to all the city managers.
Okay. What I'm proposing is that we, as an elected body, and it does not have to be on a Monday, take an opportunity to actually view this movie together and sit down with a member of the police department and with the courts. This movie is very graphic regarding some of the very sadness that goes along with homelessness and the mental illness and the substance abuse that is part of that issue. We have a lot of the same symptoms up and down the 13th Avenue corridor with the light rail. Wards 1 and 2 see a lot of this, and I think probably 3. I'm not sure that 4 and 5 have it to the same extent. It's an issue that's not going to go away. And my thought is that we sit down, view it together, and then the mayor could run a discussion where we have a round table discussion and actually learn from one another what everybody is seeing. For instance, several years ago, we lived close to a park. There were personal items in the park, including some syringes. And I called the police just to let them know what was going on. And the answer I got is that they couldn't take it because it was private property. And it got me to thinking that this is a public facility. There's private property. Is that a city kind of something that could be tweaked? Is that a state ordinance? Is that a federal kind of a thing? I have the greatest respect, admiration, and love for John Ehrlich, who's part of the CAT team. But we, as a body, have not heard what they are seeing. We don't know really what the court system is dealing with. And one of the things that this movie pointed out is that it's not just a public policy issue. It's not just an enforcement issue. It's not just a court thing. It's a multi-jurisdictional issue. And I've heard the comment made that, this is really a county issue. Well, you know what? Maybe we could extend an invitation to all the electeds to sit down together, see the movie, and at least get us all on the same page. This does not diminish the work that Kathy's been doing with the homeless. In fact, the navigator, or Kathy, certainly should be a part of this. Perhaps somebody from mental health. But the issue's not getting better. And this movie has gained a lot of traction within the community. I'm happy to take any questions or anything about this.
The council would need to have some sort of consensus to do an official direction to staff to coordinate some sort of viewing and roundtable to address this, I guess, is the question. So, Councilor LeBear.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the councilor's suggestion about bringing this issue in front of staff and all the relevant parties in the community and the county. I personally watched the video. I thought it was interesting. I thought it made a lot of good points. And so I know what she's talking about, and I find it relevant and germane to a lot of things that are happening in the community as a whole. However, my inclination right now is not to put together a forum for all of us to watch this at the moment, in part because we have been working with our city manager to look at this issue and work with other city managers in the county to help address some of these concerns. And I think a lot of us could learn something by taking a look at it, but I just don't know if it will add a whole lot of value to get us all together for this particular issue at this time, especially just given the large quantity of things that we are trying to tackle at the moment. Also, I wouldn't mind just taking some time to see what our city manager comes back with related to some of the other discussions she's been having with other city managers, and see how the new CBDG funds are are impacting things and how our nuisance ordinance is impacting things and all those other issues that we've been trying to get a handle on. So that would be, I personally wouldn't be in favor at this time, but I appreciate the suggestion, and maybe perhaps in the future I would support something like that. Thanks.
May I just respond? We are operating in silos the way it is. We actually don't know what the police are seeing. We don't understand the issues that the court system is dealing with. And unless we just have an informal roundtable discussion, how can we actually really address the issue of homelessness? It's not going to get better. That's just...
So I'm going to just weigh in. We're actually not operating in silos. We have a robust plan that all of our city managers have been a part of for almost a year now with the county health department, and meet regularly with the sheriff's department, with the DA's office, with the substance abuse providers, with the faith-based providers. So there's a group of about, I'd say when your big group meets, it's over 50 different people. And so we are constantly trying to share. In fact, our CAT team is being mimicked in other cities. Our laws are trying to be shaped amongst all the cities in the county. So we are not operating in silos. We have the opportunity, one, to participate in the quarterly commissioners breakfast, which the commissioners and all of the city officials who attend that have directed our staffs to make this a #1 priority. That's one. Two, we do have updates regularly, I think, from our city manager as to what they're doing. And so I think we're all keenly aware, and again, thank you for passing on the video, aware of the issues and want to be very proactive. And I think we're taking a smart approach. Again, I just don't think that there's this deal where we don't want to talk with other agencies. We are all hands on deck on this. It's a priority of this council and every city council to address this. And so while it'd be great to try to find the time to watch a movie and have a discussion, I think we're well beyond that in a lot of the different things that is already being laid out. Councilor Bida?
Well, I was just going to say that, yeah, there's no question. Probably going to get worse.
Can you push your microphone, please?
Let me start again. I think there's no question this problem is going to get worse before it gets better. What I'm understanding is basically Councilor Johnson's suggestion is that we air this thing publicly or present it publicly, and I don't see where that's contradicting anything that we're doing or currently, or that we're suggesting that we're going to do anything different. It's more informational than anything. And I'm thinking that it's an opportunity to maybe craft some sort of a policy as to how we're going to do things like this in the future, because there's going to be times when we're going to want to maybe see a documentary on one of the issues that we're dealing with. We have so many of them that we're dealing with that are of, have national implications. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't make some sense to take this as an opportunity to craft some sort of a policy that would allow us to do this. And I understand, these things are always going to have certain, shall we say, political spin on them. Of course they are, no matter what they are. There's going to be a certain amount of political spin, and so that's why I think it's important for us to have sort of a policy of how and when to do that, so that it wouldn't be just this documentary, but there may be others. Undoubtedly, there would be others that we might want to screen, and it doesn't even need to be mandatory. If you don't want to be here, fine, but allow the public to see it in an open forum, and so I think that's the suggestion, isn't it? And then, so I think there's some merit to that myself.
Councilor Franks?
Ms. Hodgson, I'm first going to apologize because certainly putting you on the spot here, but I don't know if it would be easy for you to kind of elaborate on what that meeting that we all went to. I really think that for me, that sort of is that group is sort of on the front end of what we're trying to do here, is meaning that they've already assembled these folks, maybe talk through the coordinator, the investment that Lakewood's making. I don't want people to think that we're not taking this seriously, but I do think that the discussion for me when I attended centered around very highly trained professionals engaged and understanding that they needed data in order to do decision making. So and that they were going to be coming back at intervals with that data. And so maybe if you can kind of just give some foundation so the community can hear kind of what's already transpiring, and then how we will get that information so we know if we need to dedicate funds or if we need to look at other mechanisms. Would that be all right?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. So this actually started about 1.5 years ago, and that was at a forum that the county commissioners put together. And it was an all-day retreat of sorts where the elected officials in the room, and I want to say there were 50 or 60 of them there, maybe more, were identifying, and we had representation from Lakewood. We're identifying what are the biggest issues that this county is dealing with, and one of those was homelessness. And the city managers in the county were given the assignment to work on potential solutions that are countywide. That's easy to say. It's much harder to implement when you have 5 or 6 different cities that are working differently in the county, and you also have the county doing their own work as it relates to dealing with the homeless population. So the city managers, and I was included in that, we have spent a lot of time trying to figure out what that model might be that helps coordinate and helps us all share resources and share information so that there's less gaps of resources for our homeless population. For example, lots of times in the middle of a cold, dark night, a member of our police department will find a family that's homeless and needs to find shelter, especially on a severe weather night. Often there are gaps in services, and that police officer, that police agent will end up spending their own money to try to find a place, a hotel, a voucher for that particular family. The idea here is to be smarter about all of the resources that we share, being the faith-based communities throughout our county, the service communities throughout the county, and so on. We have a lot of nonprofits and a lot of organizations who care dearly about assisting our community, but don't necessarily know how to do that very well. So the idea here is, as each of these cities can be smarter in putting the resources together and communicating what those resources are, so our cops aren't scrambling in the middle of the night, and we can be smarter when we look for grants, et cetera, to help fund some of these initiatives. So we have made presentations back to that commissioners / mayors and city council members. We've made a series of presentations, and we have been working a lot with the city managers and our staff, and of course the staff is really doing all the heavy lifting. And from Lakewood's perspective, it is Sergeant Alish, and it's Amy Dieknicker from the planning department who manages the CDBG program. And to their credit, it was really Lakewood's leadership through these individuals who really helped finally bring this model together. And here's what it is. The county has agreed to hire a coordinator, a homelessness coordinator, and each of our cities are going to have navigator positions who will be that conduit between the police departments, the mental health professionals, and the different service organizations, service, faith-based, et cetera, to help fill those gaps and be smarter and more efficient in meeting the needs of our community. So you will get that ask during the budget process. And because of the size of our city, we will be asking for 2 navigator positions. Some smaller communities, think about Edgewater and think about Wheat Ridge, they may even share one because they're much smaller than the city, and their homeless issues are different. So that's how you will see that. We also conduct a point in time survey to count the homeless, to count our own homeless individuals in our community, and we'll be doing another one that we are authoring ourselves or hosting ourselves to make sure that our numbers are really solid and that we will have the data that we can follow through these interactions with our homeless folks. It was I'll be honest, it was pretty surprising when we were finally able to get all the different cities to agree to this model. And I'm very proud of the fact that they did, and that the county came forward and said, we're going to hire a coordinator to help coordinate all of those efforts. So that's where we are. In the meantime, we have some of our resource development staff in the city looking for grants to help underwrite the navigator positions. No idea if we'll be successful in that, but you will see that as a budget exception during the upcoming budget process. So that's the model. The model is a county staff person who's the coordinator, and then each city hires navigators, and they are city employees, and they're managed. Ours will be managed out of our police department, but there's this huge coordination and collaboration between all of them. Does that cover that?
I withdraw. I don't think there's the appetite to go forward with this, so I'll save your time. My next request is...
There's a comment by Mayor Pro Tem Abel, sorry.
I appreciate that you've withdrawn that. My concern is that this is a documentary from a very well-respected news organization, one of the most respected in the Pacific Northwest, ABC's KOKO affiliate. It is very eye-opening, it's very interesting, and I think all of us should realize our duty to inform ourselves as completely as possible, and I think we should all watch this. I don't see the nexus between watching this and our efforts that have been going on for 4 years to find a more humane way to address our homeless population. I think we're making progress. We still don't have the first room for a government-run shelter or even a government-endorsed shelter. I think that is been too long in coming. And as I have heard that it is not up to us to screen something like this. 5 years ago, a former mayor had a screening at the Heritage Center of a video that promoted the new urbanism. So I don't see that we are in any way prohibited that way. I'm not sure what could be accomplished by us viewing it from the dais or presenting it to the public. I do think it's incumbent on all of us to know what it says and to understand the depth of the problem they're seeing in other places. So that said, I appreciate that the maker of the motion has withdrawn it, but I do see plenty of reason for her motivation to ask us to watch. Thank you.
I would echo, I think everybody should watch it and have that opportunity, and I certainly support Councilor Johnson. I wrote her this, helping her find ways to spread that word. For me, my consternation was not about the subject, but as a policy body, there's 11 of us. And we all have different interests, and we all watch different documentaries. And I want to be cautious of us coming together and saying, well, I think we should watch this. I think we should watch this, we're a policy body. We have a lot of work to do, and I think there's better ways that we can, help the community, but that's still not something that should be dismissed. We should always be looking to learn and always be open for opportunities to discuss. And we do get together quarterly with all of the elected officials. And so that's another avenue to have these kind of big discussions and talk about ways to better inform the community.
I'll get on with my second request. It's in regards to noise. I'd like to see us take a look at our noise ordinance. The standard now for noise is unreasonable. That's how noise is measured. And you can't measure that. You can't enforce that. And unreasonable means different things to different people. I'd be curious to know what other cities use as a parameter regarding decibels for what their noise is. About a month and a half ago, we voted on an ordinance for construction noise. What does that mean? Last week we talked about short-term rentals, and then the word noise came up. What does that mean? I'd like to see us, and apparently the apps you can get for decibels are free. Get them for our police, for code enforcement. I'm not trying to find a new way for the police to fine people, but I think it's important that we at least have a way to measure noise in order to say that this is outside of the parameters of what our city believes is an honest way to look at noise.
Okay. So we have that, and I also want to remind council that March 5th of 2018, we did have a study session on noise, and I had to dig this up this afternoon, so I don't have copies for everyone, but there was a presentation done that did talk about some of these different things and different processes and things along those lines. So that could be good background as well. Mayor Pro Tem.
If I recall that meeting, a lot of us were surprised, and in fact, I think we were all surprised as to where the impetus for the hiring of an outside attorney to come in and advise us on a noise ordinance that none of us had questioned at the time. One of the things the gentleman said is that if you have a noise ordinance, it's useless unless you can prosecute. And that you can't prosecute without a quantifiable standard with which to measure noise. I recall 20 years ago, Wheat Ridge had a noise ordinance, and it relied on the language that if someone complains, that's evidence of itself that the noise complained about was too loud. I didn't go very far in prosecution, and I believe they dropped it very quickly. If we're going to address noise, we need to address the decibel limits. We need to have a quantifiable measurement of what noise is, where that measurement should be taken. I believe most municipalities establish it either at the property line from which the noise emanates or the property line across the street from where the noise emanates. So there are a lot of aspects that we don't address. And if our noise ordinance has no teeth, why have a noise ordinance? I would support Ms. Johnson's recommendation.
And for clarity, what is the recommendation?
The recommendation is that we revisit our noise ordinance, number one. Number two, that we get our police agents and code enforcement apps to put on their phone to measure noise with decibels, and that we as a city look at what honest parameters are as far as decibels are. How can you say you got noise when you can't measure it? I'm not trying to find ways to fine people. That may at some point have to be part of the dialogue. And it probably would be different in residential neighborhoods and commercial neighborhoods. I mean, we need to be reasonable and honest about this. But to say that noise is unreasonable and you send a police agent out, and I've got one of the requests for Lakewood, they say that the agent looks at what is reasonable and then he goes from there. How can you do that when you can't measure it? How can you say that it's good or bad? We got to have a way to measure it. We've got to have parameters. You can't enforce something if you can't measure it.
Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This discussion started for us sort of offline a couple of weeks ago. We heard word that might be a proposal. We haven't done the research to figure out at what point Lakewood moved from one standard to the other, but I believe we had a decibel system in the past, and a lot of communities have had it and have moved to the reasonableness standard. It's a legitimate topic for debate as to which is preferable. The police department started taking a look at some of this, and just by way of example, you may be surprised to find that in 2018, the police department wrote a grand total of 22 noise tickets. So there haven't been that many complaints for start. It may not be as big a problem as we might expect it to be. Of those 22 complaints, 22 tickets, 14 people pled guilty. 1 was convicted at trial. 4, the charge was dismissed, and 3 others, the disposition was not readily available. We couldn't tell what happened in those cases. So 22 cases, and 15 of them resulted in either a guilty plea or a conviction based on the reasonableness standard. And we could have the police be participants in this discussion to talk about how they do measure that. There are other things that are done with a reasonableness standard, and it's what's available. There's also some question, according to the information that I got today from the police department, as to whether it's understandable to say, oh, there's a machine that measures that, we should use that. Those machines have to be accurate, they have to be calibrated, they have to be used correctly, they have to be trained, people have to be trained to use them. And the information I got is that the phone apps that measure decibel amounts may not be precise enough to be used as evidence at trial. A court may not accept the evidence of a violation based on what's on a phone. So then you're talking about more professional decibel meters. Maybe in all the police cars, we have 104 patrol vehicles. So it starts to become a bigger problem if we have to spend money on the decibel machines, the devices.
Frankly, Tim, if somebody gave me a ticket based on unreasonable, I would challenge it.
I understand that, and that's a common reaction. I'm telling you that there are things that have to be measured that way. This is one where there is an alternative, and we can look at what that is if that's council's desire. But that's 22 noise tickets is not a lot of cases in the scheme of things. Our prosecutors deal with 19,000 tickets a year, so it's a small number. And I just ask you to factor that in as you decide what to do with it.
Don't you think it makes it more credible if you have a way to measure it?
Sure, if you can rely on that measurement method and the way it's used, because you could be at the property line, as Councilor Abel said, here,
right,
and get one reading, and you could be on the same property line over here and get a different reading based on the positions of vehicles and the
and I'm sure weather has something to do with it.
So there are a lot of variables that even affect a precise machine that measures the decibels. So just food for thought is all it is.
Ms.
Well, I
Hodson?
would assume that the decibel meters would be accurate and calibrated. I mean, that doesn't seem like asking too much to me.
I'd like to offer that in order to have a full conversation as it relates to noise and a potential change in the noise ordinance and instruments to help gauge noise, we certainly need to have members from our police department here do a little bit of work. Who else uses these, and what are reliable and what aren't reliable, etc. So to me, the question with these forms is, do you want to go further? Do you want a study session on noise and the implications and how to measure it? So if indeed the majority of you agree that you want to have another study session. We did have one a year ago. You want to have another study session. You want us to address noise again. We'll come back with a lot of information. So we're not just kind of guessing right now. We don't have the advantage of the police department here. But if the majority of you ask us to come forward and have a study session and really examine this, we'll do that. My only caution is we have a big list of priorities from you, and they keep coming. So we're going to need to decide what goes in front of what. But beyond that, if you want us to have a study session, we will do that, and we'd appreciate the time to make it complete.
Thank you, Ms. Hodgson. So I'm going to say that I appreciated that we had a study session already last year. There wasn't direction to go forward. I have great faith in our police department that if they feel that their measures are not adequate, they will come to us. And in the past, they've come to us to ask and say, we need to change our rules, our laws, our ordinances to make these things more effective. I have great faith in them. And I just want to say from this presentation in 2018, so in a 3-year span from 2014 to 2017, the number of complaints for noises related to animals was 126. Residential music was 51. Residential general was 45. Motorcycles, which we certainly hear about, 41. Business noise, 23. Fireworks, 13. Car music, 6. Construction, 6. Roadway noise, 7. Trash pickup, 6. Park noise, 1. Pickleball, 1. Which Councilor Franks knows all about. So I guess what I'm getting at, I mean, not to say that when you're dealing with it, it is front and center and it's miserable. But I think with what we're dealing with as a whole in the city, to me, I don't want to bump something else that's been a priority of this council down. And I certainly want to rely on our police department to say, we don't have the tools necessary. We need them. Please help us. And I haven't heard that either. Councilor Franks?
Thanks, Mayor Paul. I did want to kind of comment that, when we had the study session, my biggest recollection was that we had a lot of transient noise where we weren't getting a lot of reports. So I think that the issue we have is, if a motorcycle goes by and wakes you up in the middle of the night, you're not really probably going to get up in the middle of the night and make a report. But we do hear that we do have noise complaints to us counselors, at least for me personally, on the rise. And so what I may want to offer to see if there's just some that maybe in one of our upcoming, looking at Lakewood or something, there's some way, almost like a community service thing where we can kind of just remind people to be cognizant of that, because we are hearing that folks are being disturbed. But again, it probably is not being accurately reflected in the police complaints, because I'm one of those folks where, in the middle of the night, you set off fireworks, 2 weeks after 4th of July, probably not calling it in, but was I irritated? Yes. Did it exceed the reasonableness? Yes. And that was good to know that maybe we went from having a decibel to the reasonableness. But I do think it is a growing concern, especially as we have increased density and we have reflection off of buildings. So maybe we could kind of look at just increasing community awareness, kind of like we do with the, driving, telling people not to do distracted driving. And then we all deepen our conversations at our next community meetings to see where we need to go. I think that might be a next step, and then we could revisit this as a compromise, because it doesn't look like we have a lot of folks who are, okay.
Well, the other part that's challenging about the examples you gave is if the police are called, even if they have decibel meters and it's a motorcycle in the middle of the night, how are you going to find them? Mayor Pro Tem and then Ms. Councilor Abel or Roybal.
Thank you. The items ticked off by the mayor amounted to 326 calls over 3 years, an average of 107 or 109 or so a year. Out of that, and I'm not sure if it's the same year you were referring to, but a key component of that 22 prosecutions you cite, out of how many complaints?
Right.
And going with these figures, 109, and only if that was the amount of calls that resulted in 22 prosecutions, why only 22? Is it because they couldn't establish that there was an actual offense? But I do agree that we have a lot on our plate, and priorities are important. So coming back to this at another time, I think would be okay. However, folks are unhappy when their sleep is disrupted, and folks are even more upset when their children's sleep is disrupted. So it's an issue out there, and it has to do with quality of life. So I'm not ruling it out.
And to Mr. Cox, your example, that was just 1 year.
It was just 2018. It was number of tickets. I don't know how many resulted in that number.
Councilor Roybal?
You know, I have another idea. What if we were to put out detectors throughout the city to give us a general idea what kind of volume we have, what kind of noise we have, and have it metered, not just for an hour or 2 hours, have it metered, change it around Monday through Sunday, and have a meter reading, like let's say, for example, on Union Street, another one on Wadsworth, another one on Alameda, or, you know, Bear Creek Road or something, so we can start getting a general idea the kind of noise that it's going around. I mean, that way we can start getting an idea what we're starting to see, or in this case, what are we hearing? So it's just a thought. I know they have meters out there that we can put out there in the street and use them as data. So just thinking.
Councilor Johnson, then I'd like to get some sort of direction because we still have 3 more items to discuss.
Tim, I'm curious, how can you have a successful prosecution based on the standard of unreasonable?
Reasonableness, as we've talked about in other contexts, is a term of art. It can be used as a standard of measurement, like good cause, bad faith. These are all standards that you can use that are not defined with any precision, but they are the measure. A better example from our recent discussions is odor. There aren't, to my knowledge, machines that accurately, they may be being developed, or I'm hearing more about them, but I don't think there's a reliable odor device that a police agent can hold up and say, yeah, this odor crosses the line at this point. And if it were, you'd have the same problems with a decibel meter as to where you were and where the source of it was coming from. You can get a conviction for unreasonable odors without the use of a machine, based on the police testimony as to what they experienced while they were out there in their own training, and all of that. There are factors you can introduce into evidence that can add up to meet that standard, as evidenced by the 14 guilty pleas. Somebody convinced those people they were going to get convicted if they didn't plead guilty. So it is usable in different contexts.
I guess I'm thinking more in terms of a residential neighborhood where there's one home that continuously blasts loud music in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and the ones that do it continuously are the ones that get caught, because it's not transient, it's not temporary.
Whatever. Okay.
So is there any consensus to move this forward? Have one.
I'll go for it.
Okay, so sorry, there is not. Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you. Okay, so pretend that we did not have the entire solar discussion that we already had. So basically, this was raised to me from a couple of different constituents, and so I decided to move forward. Other cities are looking at putting solar panels on their municipal buildings. The reason is because they save money on their electricity bills. I gave some examples in this document, but one city cites, for example, that's about the same size as ours, a saving of about $450,000 a year by using municipal solar. In Lakewood, I know we've made a financial decision to participate in solar gardens in the past. And I would just like more information on if it is feasible to continue to increase and diversify our energy portfolio and look at putting solar on municipal buildings. The request is more information, and ideally, if it could happen at the next sustainability study session, which is already scheduled, that would be efficient, perhaps.
And I can contribute by saying the next sustainability plan update is scheduled for July 15th. So if you decide to move forward, I can direct staff to include the solar conversation that you just alluded to in the sustainability plan update scheduled for July 15th.
Great. So that's the request, is information.
Information only.
Information only.
Is there any questions? Is there consensus? Do I have consensus? Yep. Okay. Are we clear on that, Ms. Hodson?
Yes, I'm clear. So you want that information at the study session? Okay, thank you.
Councilor Skilling?
You're up.
You're up.
Sorry, I must be tired. Okay, so this request was tabled till tonight. This is coming out of the Development Dialogue Committee, where we unanimously decided to bring to the full body a request to have staff pursue as soon as possible the parking management plan. This has been discussed at length in the committee, as we can come up with all the rules that we want, but if we're not enforcing them, then they aren't much good. And the first step would be to engage experts who or consulting companies in preparing the parking management plan. So that first step needs to happen, and it's my understanding that this body needs to authorize that. There was going to be some information provided about cost, so I think that's why it needed to come here. We need to get authorization for them to proceed and start with the RFP process to hire a consulting firm that will prepare the parking management plan.
Ms. Hodson, do you have anything that you'd like to add as far?
I do have a little bit more I can add to that. So it looks like, as we've talked to other, thank you, by the way, for allowing this to be tabled so that we could have the advantage of time to find out what other cities have paid for a study like this. And it looks like, scaled to the city of Lakewood's population, a study would be around $225,000 for a comprehensive study, but that really is dependent upon what the scale and what the scope of that study is. So that's the first cost, about $225,000. Then the next cost that's relevant to think about is the cost of whatever the management itself would be. So if it's a permitting plan, if there's what do we call them, meter maids, if there's that kind of program.
Non-sworn parking agents.
Non-sworn parking
We don't
agents.
use meter maids.
I'm sorry. Parking attendants or whatever that might be. That's kind of the second cost. So one is the cost of the study, which we're guessing, this is a big guess, about $225,000, and then the ongoing would be whatever the staffing cost is, whatever the administrative cost is, et cetera. So that's important for you to know. And I was also looking at the calendar, and it looks like your next development dialogue meeting or report to all of city council is imminent, and it's on parking. Is that right?
Well, yeah, but that's to the zoning ordinance changes to parking. This is on a separate track because first we just need to do the RFP process to see what the actual cost will be from however many firms. And I assume that the RFP process, you could say, give us a number for this size buffet, give us a number for an extended buffet, whatever it is, depending on how robust we want to make it. But we don't know what we don't know right now about what it's going to cost.
And we can ask for options.
Right.
Small, medium, and large in terms of what that is.
Right. I think we just need to move that process along. We just need to get the RFP process going. If it comes back and it's $1 million, maybe that's too much. I don't know. But just want to get the RFP process going.
Okay. So is there consensus on that? Okay. So Ms. Hodson, the consensus is to get the RFP process rolling. Is there any questions on that? Is that clear enough? Please take all the time.
I think that is clear enough. So we'll take a run at that, and maybe we'll distribute the scope of the RFP and what we're asking with you to make sure that we're aligned well before it goes out.
Okay. And then we have one last item under general business. Mayor Pro Tem.
An unusual time for a motion.
Yeah.
I move to approve a one-time lump sum performance bonus for City Manager Kathy Hodson in the amount of $14,000, and to authorize and direct the appropriate city staff to take such steps as are necessary to implement this bonus. The bonus was the result of our review of Ms. Hodson's performance, and it came out of the as a consensus, I guess, from the council in the executive session. The money that would pay for this is already budgeted in the city manager's office budget.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and just quick discussion. I know it's late, but I think this is really important, and we appreciate the great job that Ms. Hodson has done, and this is not the position that she wants to be in, to have to listen or see this. But it is important, and it's important because there are certain stipulations in her contract that keep her below other city managers throughout our state. And she's always wanted that to not be kind of the focal point or the lightning rod. And we believe she's the best in the state. And so this is a nice way for this council to honor her and thank her for her hard work, especially last year with a lot of different, important issues that took place, as well as a major open space purchase. So I'm excited to support this. So motion and a second, please cast your votes. And that passes 10 ayes, 0 nays, or 10 ayes, 1 nay, the nay being Councilor Johnson. Thank you. All right, I'll be really quick. Councilor Johnson, your light's on.
Thank you. I would just like to explain that vote. It has absolutely nothing to do with any personal kind of feelings. I just feel that when we have people in our city whose median salaries are 61%, that we really need to be respectful of the way that we are going about doing business. That is the only way that's the only thing that I'm struggling with. And it's my understanding that you're in the 95th percentile. Kathy, you do an awesome job. You're known regionally. You're a great role model. But we, too, have a responsibility to take a look at what we're doing. And I'm just struggling with that. That's the only reason. Thank you.
Okay, so we have an incredible police department, incredible police agents, brave men and women, and residents who were all honored last week at the annual police awards. And you know, even as a body, we tend to know a lot of what's going on, but until you really hear the stories of what these folks do day in and day out, it really makes you appreciate the hard work. And it's been a tough go these last few months for many of our first responders, not only our police, but our fire department. And so coinciding with the police awards, we also honored our firefighters on Saturday at the Fallen Firefighters Memorial, where they added 3 names to the wall right over here. And I just want to give a nice shout out and just let you know how much we appreciate you. We had a police agent hurt the other evening, and so it keeps it all in check about the dangers that you face day in and day out. So thank you all for that. We also honored a pair of citizens, many citizens, 2 from Lakewood High School that helped revive a teenager and saved his or her life, as well as 2 doctors from the National Renewable Energy Laboratories who purchased ballistic body armor for our police, just out of the goodness of their heart and wanting to give back. So incredible stories. And we'll echo this. Please slow down. Please pay attention. Please don't text. Then we've had a lot of traffic incidences and accidents, so keep that in mind. And again, Ms. Hodson, thank you for the incredible job that you do. Mayor Pro Tem Abel?
I'd like to expand on your comment on the firefighters. Saturday, I was at the memorial. 3 names were added of Colorado firemen. The Fallen Firefighters Memorial is just across from City Hall in Belmar Park. The names on there are names of people who gave their lives for us. The last 3 that we added weren't killed fighting fires, but they were. They died of cancer contracted in their duties. One of them was firefighter Aaron Liebarger of West Metro Fire. He protected us locally, and I think is certainly deserving of our undying appreciation. And I regrettably earlier left out some thanks when I was discussing the annual appropriations for the charitable work that are being done. No one worked harder on that than 2 employees from the city manager's office, June Angola and Mary Ruther. In addition, the Lakewood Legacy Foundation plays a huge role in the selection of the folks who apply for those grants, and they're to be commended as well. So again, I regret the failure to mention them at an earlier time when there were more people in attendance, and probably quite a few more watching on TV. Thank you. And if you would pass that along, Ms. Hodgson, to your employees. Thank you.
Councilor LeBeer?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things I just want to mention. I did go to the police awards, and I think it was quite an inspiration. One of the things they talked about that some agents got an award for was when one suspect shot off 400 rounds at random, and police went towards the gunfire. And I think it's pretty admirable, and it's and I just, you know, I can't thank them enough. I think it's really impressive what they do every single day. I also want to mention something that happened at our ward meeting. We had a ward meeting the other day, Councilor Vincent and I just want to apologize. Some people felt uncomfortable about our mayor came to the ward meeting, and he discussed something that's important to him and important to all of us on council and in the community. And at least one resident didn't feel like it was appropriate and felt like there wasn't equal time. But I just wanted to mention that. I apologize I felt that way, but at our ward meeting, we always give everybody an opportunity to speak. And we mentioned to everybody who was there that they had an opportunity to discuss any issue that was prevalent to them, and they didn't take that opportunity. So I apologize, and you're always welcome to bring up issues if you have any concerns at our ward meeting. But I also want to mention I hate having to discuss that, because I woke up this morning pretty frustrated with a lot of other big issues. And so I get a little frustrated that I'm having to spend time on some of the smaller things. And I hate taking up council's time, but when I woke up and read the news, and they were talking about 415 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the air, and that hasn't happened in 800,000 years, that concerns me. And what I really want to talk about is sustainability and how we move to a better future and work together as a community and address the real big issues. So I wanted to talk about that more specifically throughout today. Sorry to spend so much time on it now, but it's important to me, and that's the reason I'm here, to help address some of those big issues. And I hope we can get to that. Thanks.
Councilor Skilling. Councilor Gutwein. Councilor Roybal.
I just want to bring a quick issue up front to let people know that there was two businesses, Latugo Chiropractic and Furniture Row, and they got together and we chit-chat a little bit, and they went ahead and sponsored a Vietnam vet that's 74 years young, and they made sure he had a brand new bed with mattress, box spring delivered today. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you. That's it.
Councilor Vincent.
Yeah, real quick, we will be having a Ward 2 meeting the second Wednesday of June, and we will be talking about the ballot initiative. And we're having it at the same time, but we've moved the meeting to a different location because we figured we'll need a larger location, which is the Clements Center. And I went to the Senior Resources Heroes Award last Wednesday, and the Hardys were recognized once again for their Cycling Without Age. And if you ever get a chance to go, it's just a wonderful thing to see these people. I mean, you have somebody, there was a woman there that's 90 years old that donates 80 hours a month to help other people. I was like, oh my gosh. So if you get a chance to go, it's really great. And congratulations to the Hardys.
Councilor Bita. Councilor Johnson, Councilor Franks, Councilor Harrison.
Let's go home.
Ms. Greer, Mr. Cox, Ms. Hodson. Okay, we'll adjourn at 12:53. Thank you to our police agent. Got a long one tonight. Be safe out there, please. Thanks.